South Africa, dumela, 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 Sanmonani dumela, Sanmonani dumela, Sanmonani, Sanmona, Sanmona, yo Sanmona. Ndia ndia we molo, ndia ndia we molo, ndia ndia
Molo, ndia, ndia, molo. Engete chigelele, ngishiya bazali, ndia, ndia. Molo.
Thank you very much.
Morning, good morning. Thank you very much for the lively environment in the room. We want to thank you at this point in time as we request you to formally settle for the event. The minister will be joining us in a minute or two. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Nebel?
Colleagues, can I please have partners and senior managers? Partners and senior managers?
Partners are coming up.
Oh, they're coming.
They will come with the minister. Leave this here.
All right, thank you.
Colleagues who are outside, if you can just find space, Minister and her team are about to come in.
Dumela, Dumela, iyo Dumela.
Minister Dumela. Minister Dumela. Minister Dumela.
Dumela, Dumela, iyo Dumela.
Minister Tobela.
molweni.
Minister Sabona.
Sawubona.
Minister Sabona. Minister Sabona.
Sawubona, sawubona, iyo sawubona.
Minister Sabona.
Sawubona.
Minister Sabona. Minister Sabona.
Sawubona, sawubona, iyo sawubona.
Minister Khuyamora.
Khuyamora.
Minister Khuyamora.
Khuyamora.
Minister Khuyamora. Minister Tumela. Minister Tumela. Minister Tumela. Tumela. Minister Tumela. Minister Tumela. Minister Tumela.
Dumela, dumela, iyo dumela.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni, molweni, iyo molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni. Amaflet, amaflet, amaflet. The minister is here.
Minister Tobela. Minister Tobela. Minister Tobela. Tobela.
Iyo.
Minister Tobela.
Sabela.
Minister Tobela.
Sabela.
Minister
Amaflet,
Tobela. Tobela. Minister Sabona.
Sawubona.
Minister Sabona.
Sawubona.
Minister
Minister
Sabona.
Sawubona, iyo sawubona.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni.
Minister Molweni.
Molweni. Molweni. Amaflet, amaflet, amaflet.
Minister Tumela.
Dumela.
Minister Tumela.
Dumela.
Minister Tumela.
Dumela. Dumela. Iyo dumela.
Minister, good morning. Minister, good morning. Minister, good morning. Minister, good morning. Minister, good morning.
Morning.
Minister, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Iyo good morning.
Minister Tumela.
Dumela.
Minister Tumela. Minister Tumela.
Northwest is here. Northwest.
Minister Molweni. Minister Molweni. Minister Molweni.
Okay, I'll take it and call provinces.
Minister Molweni. Minister Molweni. Minister Molweni.
Thank you very much. we all rise for the singing of the national anthem.
The preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of the past, honor those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. United in our diversity, we therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, May God protect our people. May God protect our people. Nkosi sikeleni Afrika. Nkosi sikeleni Afrika. Morena uluka sitjhaba sa heso. Morena uluka sitjhaba sa heso. God save Africa. God save Africa. God bless South Africa. Ngiyakholwa kuNkulunkulu uMinimandla onke, umdali wezulu nomhlaba, nakuJesu Kristo indodana yakhe eyodwa, inkosi yethu, owathashathwa ngomoya ocwebileyo, wazalwa iVirgo Maria, wahlushwa ukubusa uMpostos Pilatus, wanqanyulezwa wafa wempelwa, wehla waya esihogweni, ngosuku lesithathu wabuya wavuka kwabafileyo, wenyuka waya ezulwini, uhlezi esigunene sikaNkulunkulu uyise uMinimandla onke, lapho eyovela khona ezothetha amacala abasekhona nabafileyo. Ngiyakholwa kumoya ocwebileyo, ibandla elingcwele elikatholika, ukuhlangana kwabacwebileyo, ukuthethelelwa izono, ukuvuka kwenyama nokuphila kwaphakade. Amen.
That's the last one. She doesn't want to. Thank you. Thank you very much, choir. Tsetse, can I ask you to come forward? We need to be serious and sometimes play as well. May I hand over the mic to you?
Good morning, guys. Usually when we do this activity, I'm not in a suit, right? Pretend I'm in my sneakers and my sweatpants. One man.
Oh,
Yelele.
ran to the
Okay,
river.
okay. We're going to learn it. Let me get on the stage. The song goes, one man from next door went to the river. And then I'm going to come back and say two men. We're going to say two men from next door. Two men, one man from next door went to the river. Three men from next door. Yelele went to the river. Three men, two men, one man from next door went to the river. One man.
One man from next door.
Whoever is on the mic, please put the mic down. Please. One man. Yelele into the river. One man from next door went to two men. Yelele. Come on. Let's move. Two men, one man from next door. 1, 2, 3 men. Yelele. Come on. 1, 2, faster. 1, 2, 4 men. Yelele. Louder. 5 men. Yelele. Come on. 1, 2, 8 men. Yelele. 1, 2, 13 men. Faster. Yelele. 1, 2, 16 men. Yelele. Come on. 1, 2, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tliane. We are streaming live, so all the speakers need to be around the stage. And we've got sign language services on my extreme left. You see how big we are. Thank you to the choir. If I were to tell you the name of the school, you'll be surprised. War School Silverton was the choir performing. Isn't these changes in our country? War School Silverton was offering us that item and the singing of the national anthem. Minister of Basic Education, the mother of all RCLs, Minister Siviwe Kwahube, good morning and welcome. May I also welcome the Deputy Director General of the Department of Basic Education, Ms. Simone Geya. Welcome to the Chairperson of the IEC, Abantu abasefashionini these days. Chairperson, Mr. Moabra. We are honored to have representative of UNICEF, Johannes Vedenach, accompanied by Ms. Yoshimoto. The IEC also felt the chairperson is not safe alone, then brought the general manager, Ms. Litlaku. You have seen Mr. Tliane of Agape Youth Movement dancing in front of you. Let's welcome our veteran actor, Dr. Mufokeng Wamageta. Prime Star is represented by Mr. Mushuana. We've got other organizations that are represented here. Hold My Hands, the South African Principals Association, SGB Association, Pivot, would deal with Zero Dropout Campaign, SRHR Africa Trust, the National Education Collaboration Trust, Prime Stars, I've indicated that, Columba Leadership, Media Monitoring Africa, UNHRC, DSAC, AECI, Youth Start Foundation. These are partners, stakeholders, funders that have made this day possible. Now let's start with the official opening of this ceremony. May I ask the Deputy Director General to come and give us a word of welcome and immediately usher the minister onto stage.
Good morning, Program Director, Honorable Minister of Basic Education, senior officials from the Department of Basic Education and the Provincial Education Departments, representatives of our valued partnered organizations, educators, officials and distinguished guests, and most importantly, our learner leaders, RCL presidents, and delegates from all 9 provinces. Good morning to you all. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to this most important national gathering, the 2026 Representative Council of Learners Summit. On behalf of the Department of Basic Education, I extend a warm and sincere welcome to every learner, delegate, who has traveled from across our country to be here today. Your presence is not symbolic only. It represents commitment, courage, service, and the determination to ensure that learner voices continue to shape the future of education in South Africa. This summit brings together the elected representatives of learners from all 9 provinces at a moment of deep historical meaning and national reflection. It takes place during Youth Month, and as our country marks 50 years since the June 1976 uprisings, a defining chapter in the struggle for justice, dignity, and quality education. As we gather under the theme Born of Resistance, driven by purpose, leading the future of learning, we are reminded that South Africa's democratic journey and transformation of our education system cannot be separated from the courage, sacrifice, and model leadership of young people. 50 years ago, the youth of 1976 stood up against injustice and demanded an education system that recognized their humanity, their dignity, and their aspirations. Their resistance was not merely an act of defiance. It was a declaration of hope. It was a statement that education must never be used to limit human potential, but must instead become a powerful instrument for freedom, equality, opportunity, and nation building. Today we honor that legacy not only through remembrance, but through action. We honor it by ensuring that every learner has a voice. We honor it by strengthening democratic participation in our schools. We honor it by building learning environments that are safe, inclusive, responsive, and future-focused. The challenge before us is to ensure that Youth Month is not reduced to commemoration alone. It must also become a living call to action. Learners must reclaim Youth Month as the learner-led space of reflection, service, innovation, and positive activism. The most fitting tribute to the generation of 1976 is a new generation of learner leaders who lead with discipline, purpose, and courage in their own schools and communities. Every generation is called upon to respond to the challenges of its own time. Your generation may not be confronting the same realities as the youth of 1976, but you are facing a world that is complex, fast-changing, and often uncertain. You are growing up in an era shaped by rapid technology, advancement, artificial intelligence, climate change, global migration, shifting economic realities, social media, misinformation, and new forms of inequality. These developments create remarkable opportunities, but they also place new responsibilities on young leaders. As the Department of Basic Education, we recognize that learners are not passive recipients of education services. You are partners, participants, and co-creators in shaping the education system. Your experience matters, your ideas matters, your voice matters, your leadership matters. To be born of resistance means understanding the struggles and sacrifices that open the doors of learning for today's generation. It means embracing resilience, courage, and the determination to challenge anything that undermines human dignity, social cohesion, and education excellence. To be driven by purpose means leading with intention, humility, and conviction. It means understanding that leadership is not about titles, positions, or popularity. Leadership is about service. It is about responsibility. It is about influencing to improve the lives of others. As learner leaders, you occupy a unique and important position within our schools and communities. The RCL is not simply a structure for organizing activities or raising learner concerns. It is a statutory platform for democratic participation, responsible leadership, active citizenship, and meaningful engagement in school governance. Through the RCL, learners learn to engage constructively, advocate respectfully, listen attentively, resolve differences peacefully, and contribute to decision-making processes. These are not only school leadership skills, they are life skills and nation-building skills. However, leadership also comes with responsibility. You are called upon to be ambassadors of positive change within our schools. You must lead by example, promote discipline, and respect, encourage a culture of learning, and defend the dignity and rights of every learner. You must be courageous voices against bullying, discrimination, violence, substance abuse, gender-based violence, xenophobia, online harm, and any practice that makes schools unsafe or undermines the well-being of learners. A strong RCL is not one that speaks the loudest, but one that listens deeply, acts responsibly, and serves consistently. You are also called upon to help bridge divides and strengthen social cohesion. South Africa's strength lies in its diversity. Our schools bring together learners from different backgrounds, cultures, languages, and experiences. As learner leaders, you have an important role in building understanding, unity, empathy, and mutual respect. The theme of the summit also challenges you to become leaders of the future of learning. The future will require much more than academic achievement alone. It will require critical thinking, creative adaptability, collaboration, digital literacy, problem solving, emotional intelligence, and ethical leadership. Many of the careers you will pursue in the future may not exist yet. Technologies are transforming how we learn, communicate, and work. The future will belong to those who are willing to learn continuously, innovate boldly, and adapt responsibility. The summit has therefore been designed to create space for meaningful engagement on issues that affect young learners and education systems in South Africa and across the world. Over the next few days, you will engage in democratic participation, civil education, learner voice, digital transformation, information integrity, migration and social cohesion, positive masculinities, gender equality, identity, belonging, RCL terms of reference, and the future role of learner leadership. You will also participate in a heritage experience that connects the present generation of learner leaders to the historical sites and memories of youth activism. It is important because leadership without memory can lose direction, and memory without action can lose meaning. I encourage you to participate fully, ask questions, share your experiences, challenge ideas respectfully, listen to one another, learn across provinces, allow the summit to broaden your perspective and inspire practical solutions that you can take back to your schools and communities. The Department of Basic Education firmly believes in the power of youth leadership. Throughout our history, young people have been at the forefront of transformation, innovation, and social progress. South Africa's young people have repeatedly demonstrated courage, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to building a more just and inclusive society. Today, we once again place our confidence in you. Among you are future leaders, future teachers, doctors, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, judges, artists, community leaders, and public servants. Among you may be the future ministers, premiers, and presidents. But more importantly, each of you already have the capacity to make meaningful difference, beginning where you are with the people that you serve. Use the summit to build friendships across provinces, exchange ideas and best practices. Reflect honestly on the challenges facing learners. Leave this gathering not only with new knowledge, but with renewed determination to serve your fellow learners and contribute positively to your schools and communities. Allow me to express our sincere appreciation to all our partners, provincial department educators, officials, facilitators, and stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to make the summit possible. Your commitment to empowering learner leadership and creating meaningful opportunities for young people is deeply appreciated. To our learner delegates, thank you for accepting the responsibility of leadership. Thank you for choosing to serve. Thank you for being willing to use your voices for positive change. May the summit inspire you to honor the spirit of those who came before you, to embrace your purpose and courage and conviction, and to lead boldly in shaping the future of learning in South Africa and on our continent. Born of resistance, driven by purpose, leading the future of learning. It is now my pleasure to officially welcome you all to the 2026 Learner Representative Council Summit. Thank you. I also wish to take the opportunity now to invite someone up to the stage who's no stranger to us. Our Minister of Basic Education is young, innovative, has a passion, she's spunky, she's spirited. I've seen her, spontaneously get up and just become part of everyone. And I think that she's come to grow, she's grown to be a part of us in the Department of Education. She's crept into our hearts. And as we see her as an active participant in the various platforms, we learn more and more about her dynamic personality, and about her passion and a deep contribution and commitment to education. And so I wish to invite our Minister up to the stage. I also want to ask Minister that after she's done her keynote address, she has the honor as the mother of the RCL. She also has the honor as the chief mistress in the house, and also the chief principal of all our principals and our schools in the country, to symbolically ring the bell and to open the session so that the summit can start. So Minister, the bell is just here. I'll keep it for you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Program Director, members of the National Representative of Council of Learners, provincial learner leaders, representatives of government and our social partners, our leadership from the IEC, teachers, officials, distinguished guests, a very good morning. But most importantly, the VIPs of today, the young leaders that are gathered here today. Good morning. This is our second annual National Summit of Representative Councils, taking place at a profound moment in our nation's history. You will recall that this year marks 50 years since the 1976 Soweto uprising. 50 years since a generation of young people looked at injustice and decided that silence was not an option. The learners of 1976 were not much older than you in this room today. They did not possess wealth. They did not hold political office. They did not have power in the traditional sense. What they had, though, was courage. They had the conviction and an unwavering belief that education was worth fighting for. Their actions changed the course of South Africa's history as we know it. Gentlemen, please keep it down. You are distracting me. Today we gather in their memory, and their memory forces us to ask ourselves a difficult question. What does history require from us as young people in 2026 as it required for them in 1976? Because I do believe that every generation is called upon to solve problems of its time. And this generation of 1976 confronted oppression, a brutal apartheid regime, and a substandard education system. The generation of 1994 confronted the challenge of building democracy, uniting a country that had been scarred by apartheid divisions. And your generation faces a different set of challenges. You face rising levels of bullying in schools. You face violence in communities. You face dangers of substance abuse, gangsterism, and gender-based violence. You face pressures of social media, cyberbullying, and online hate. You face anxiety, loneliness, and growing mental health challenges among young people. You face misinformation and division. You face unemployment and uncertainty about the future. These challenges may look significantly different from those faced by the youth of 1976, but they are no less important. And they require young people who are prepared to lead. And that is why the Representative Council of Learners is so important. In terms of the South African Schools Act, every public school enrolling learners in grade 8 or higher must have an RCL. And that RCL is recognized and is a legitimate representative learner body at the school. It is not just a badge, it's not just a title, and it's certainly not just a popularity contest. It is a call to action. Leadership is calling on to serve others. Last year, I spoke about a leadership pyramid. I said the foundations of leadership begins in our schools. It begins in classrooms, in corridors, it begins on sports fields. It begins on how we treat one another when nobody's watching. That lesson remains true today. The quality of leadership in our country tomorrow depends on the quality of leadership in our schools today. And that is why I want to speak to you about one issue that concerns me deeply, and that is bullying and violence in our schools. Bullying is not harmless. It's not a joke. Bullying is not a normal part of growing up. It destroys confidence, it damages mental health, it isolates learners. It robs others of their sense of belonging, and it has devastating consequences that remain with young people for years. And in some cases, bullying has had the most tragic consequences, including the loss of young lives. Every learner deserves to walk through the school gates feeling safe, feeling valued and respected. Every learner deserves to learn in an environment free from fear, and every learner deserves dignity. And as learner leaders, you have a unique responsibility in this regard. You are often the first to see what teachers may not see. You are there to hear conversations that may not be heard. You know who is being excluded. You know who is being mocked. You know who is being targeted. And you know who sits alone at break time. And you know who is struggling in silence. And so leadership means refusing to look away. It means speaking up when others remain silent. Leadership means standing beside those who feel alone. It means protecting the most vulnerable. And so the true test of leadership, guys, is not how many followers you have on TikTok. The true test of leadership is how you use your influence to improve the lives of others. The Department of Basic Education has made school safety one of its key priorities. Through our partnership with the South African Police Service and the Safe Schools Protocol, we are strengthening school safety, improving collaboration with local police stations, tackling bullying, violence, gangsterism, substance abuse, and gender-based violence in our schools, and making sure that our schools are places of learning and hope. But government cannot do this alone. No protocol can replace the power of young people choosing to build a culture of respect. No policy can create a space. No policy can replace courage. No policy can replace kindness. And so the safest schools are not those with fences and security plans. The safest schools are those where learners choose to care for one another. And that culture begins with you in this room. So I want to challenge every RCL represented here today. Return to your school with a clear plan. Identify learners who are being excluded. Strengthen reporting of bullying and violence. Work with your teachers, your principals, your SGBs to build schools where every learner is seen, heard, and protected. The learners in this room have a power to transform their schools. You have the power to create schools where difference is respected, where newcomers are welcomed, where learners with disabilities are included, where girls feel safe, where boys are taught that strength is not measured by, where strength is measured by character and not by intimidation. Where diversity becomes a source of strength and not division. This is the kind of leadership that South Africa needs. But your responsibility does not end at the school gate. Our country needs young people who are prepared to engage with the broader challenges facing our society. We need young people who are going to reject cynicism. As hard as it may be in the current climate in the world, but we ought to reject cynicism. We ought to say that we will literally be the ones who are going to build this country. Because young men and women in this room, this country belongs to you. And so your civic duty can't be outsourced to adults. It's yours. And it starts with the quality of leadership in our schools. We need young people who will reject corruption, young people who will reject violence, young people who will reject prejudice and discrimination. Young people who understand that democracy is not something that is inherited once. Democracy must be renewed by every generation. The young people of 1976 understood this, something that was so important. They understood that you are never too young to make a difference. And neither are you. Some of the youngest people on the front lines of that protest in 1976 were 12 years old. So you're certainly not too young to make a difference. Some of our future principals of our schools are in this room, our future engineers, doctors, entrepreneurs, judges, ministers, and even perhaps some future presidents. But before you become any of these things, you must become leaders of character. And character is built through service. Character is built through integrity. Character is also built through discipline. And character is built when you choose what is right over what is easy. The future of our country will not be determined by the decisions that are made in parliament or in cabinet meetings. It will also be determined by the decisions that are made in school, by school governing bodies, by community organizations, in classrooms, in RCL meetings, it will be determined by people like you. And so the theme of the summit, From Soweto to Tomorrow, that phrase captures a powerful truth. We honor the Soweto uprising, not by looking backwards alone, but we honor Soweto by building tomorrow. And so the youth of 1976 handed us a legacy, and our responsibility now is to carry it forward. We carried the torch through the darkness of apartheid. You must carry it through the challenges of our own time. They fought for access to education. You must fight for quality in education. They fought for dignity. You must defend dignity. They challenged injustice. You must challenge bullying, violence, discrimination, and hopelessness. The mantle is now passing on to your generation. And the question is not whether South Africa needs leaders. It obviously does. The question is whether you will answer the call. Looking around this room, I'm hopeful. This is why I prioritize this event every year, because I'm hopeful about our country. I refuse to give in to the cynicism. I refuse to give in to the doom and gloom. I think we have what it takes, and South Africa is certainly worth fighting for. I'm pretty sure you agree with me on that. It is a pretty good place to be in, and it is absolutely worth fighting for. And so I believe that in this room, there are allies like me who believe that South Africa is absolutely worth fighting for. And so I see young people who care. I see young people who are prepared to serve. I see young people who are prepared to lead. And I see a generation capable of building stronger, safer, and a more united South Africa. And I want to say a few things quickly. In our country at the moment, we are facing unprecedented levels of violence towards undocumented immigrants. And in rejecting cynicism and rejecting some of the divisions I'm speaking about, we need young people who are going to have the courage to say, let us protect people at all costs. Let us not allow ourselves to be consumed by hate, by division. Let us commit to a different country that says, I may not share your background, but here you are safe. At least safe from violence, where you will not be treated less than human. Because that's not who we are as a country. I refuse to believe that we are those people. We saw what it did in 2008. Many of you may have been too young then. But horrible scenes across this country in 2008. And I really do hope sincerely that we all of each other will ask ourselves, what can we do differently to make South Africa a better place that is safe for people who don't look or sound or speak the same language as you. And so may you lead with courage, may you lead with compassion, and may you lead with integrity. And may you always remember that leadership is not about standing above others, it's about lifting others up. The future of South Africa is not waiting somewhere in the distance. The future of South Africa is already here. It is sitting in this room and it is ready to lead. And I have faith in each and every one of you that you are going to answer the call of leadership, of service, of building a better country, because South Africa is certainly worth fighting for. Thank you very much. Oh. And now I declare this Leadership Summit officially open.
Thank you very much, Minister. We really don't take it for granted, your presence here. I always pity those who manage you, those who manage your diary and think, how do they do it? But the fact that we have been prioritized and you managed to be here, we really would love to thank you very much. And thank you, DDG Geya, for your welcome and also the introduction to the minister. So this party is continuing. May I call those who represent us in school governing bodies? Because RCLs are members of school governing bodies. We have governing bodies that have accepted the invitation: FETSAS, Governing Body Foundation, United Front School Governing Bodies, and also the body of principals, the South African Schools Principals. So instead of me calling you one by one and save time, just come and queue here. I'll give you a mic, you'll hand it over to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And I'll request you that you're not going to give us a long speech. Minister has done that. DDG has done that. So, you ready? FETSAS, how did you manage to be here? I left you in Cape Town yesterday.
No, I didn't go to Cape Town.
You didn't? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister of Education, distinguished guests, the IEC, the principals that's here, educators, and most important, the TLO, and which I work very close with, and also the learners that's here. I want to welcome you all. As we commemorate 50 years since the 1976 youth uprising, we remember a generation of young people who demonstrated extraordinary courage, ethical leadership, and determination in pursuit of justice and equality education. Their actions remind us that young people are not merely the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders today. It was through their sacrifices of those learners that many of the rights and opportunities we enjoy today became possible. Their legacy challenges us to ask the following question: how are we empowering learner leaders in our schools today? Now, the South African Schools Act, Section 11, referred to the RCL is the only recognized representative body of learners in public schools. I repeat, the only recognized representative body of learners in public schools. And yet they don't get the recognition at all schools. This means that learner voices are not optional. They are a legal and essential part of democratic school governance. As a representative of FETSAS, an organization dedicated to supporting HEPs, I believe we have a responsibility to ensure that learners are equipped, empowered, and supported to fulfill this mandate effectively. Then we refer to Section 23(4) of the Schools Act, which refer to the RCL members that must be represented on the SGBs. This creates an important opportunity for learners to contribute meaningfully to decisions that affect their education and school communities. Over the past 9 years, myself has been training RCLs in the Eastern Cape. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Josephine Jordan. I'm the Deputy Provincial Manager of FETSAS in the Eastern Cape. I'm so sorry about that. So over the past 9 years, I've been conducting RCL training in the Eastern Cape, and since recently I started doing online training for all the provinces. So you're welcome to contact me during the conference here. And if you want to be tuned into those online sessions, I do it through all 9 provinces. So many RCLs have become active agents of change, leading initiatives addressing learner concerns. For instance, if you're looking at the Code of Conduct for Learners, where we're dealing with the old, outdated Code of Conduct, where hair is concerned, the hair issue, the uniforms and things like that, and making positive contributions within the school communities. However, there are some significant challenges they're still facing. The role of the LC, I'm going to just mention 4, but there's others, I'm just going to mention 4. The role and status of the RCL is often not fully acknowledged by the SMT, meaning the school management team, for the learners who don't know that. In some schools, the prefix system is viewed as more important than the RCL, despite the legal status of the RCL. So, for instance, you will take that the SGB will budget for a prefix camp, but not for the RCL camp. The learners are not always given the opportunity to serve meaningfully on the SGB. Yes, their names are there, but they are not, I'm going to be done now, they are not represented on the SGB fully and attending meetings and all of that. So when these challenges exist, learners, leadership cannot reach its full potential. So I'm just going to move on because I see someone is standing closer to me. In closing, as we honor the youth of 1976, let us commit ourselves to building schools where learners' voices are heard, respected, and valued. The future of our nation depends on ethical leaders who we develop today. Strong foundations build strong futures. Let us work together to empower learner leaders to become active citizens, responsive decision makers, and a catalyst for positive change in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I had just tweaked the program thinking that we're going to have a message of support which takes a minute. And then we'll be quick and before we bring in the head of the IEC. So it means it didn't work. So those who are coming, I'm requesting again, message of support, not a speech. The rest of the things we'll deal with them in the next 2-3 days. So I don't want to call security to drag you out of the platform because I have all the powers and authority to do that. Thank you.
It's short. Good morning, Minister, officials from DBE, PEDs, honored guests, ladies, gentlemen, and our young learners, our future leaders. I am Wendy Elshob, representing the governing body foundation, and on behalf of the foundation, we wish to offer a sincere message of support for the 2026 National Learner Leadership Summit, and we thank you for being invited to this very important summit. Not only is it enshrined in our constitution, but in many other legislative documents, everything in the best interest of the learner, and all may receive quality education. It is their right. Our young leaders in this country deserve the very best education we can give them. These young people are our future leaders in South Africa, and from them will come, amongst others, our next president, ministers, business owners, educators, in fact, everything they want to be. If we fail to give them strong foundations, they will never have strong futures, and we will have failed them and ultimately failed ourselves. How do we show them that we care? We give them the best education right from entry-level grade R all the way to matric, guiding and supporting them every step of the way. Let us make sure that all who start in grade R finish with a successful matric. All stakeholders together. Our young learners will become our leaders. Let us do it right. Future generations are relying on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, everybody in the house. Parikas Pedi Dumelang, Sanbonan. Good morning. My name is Patrick Eric Mahlangu, the President of United Front for School Governing Bodies. I'm told that I must take less than a minute. We wanted to say a lot of speeches. Unfortunately, the speech we had, Sibene Baklari yesterday, so our laptops and everything are stolen, but we'll send the speech later on. But we want to say to the future leaders, hanging there. To all the SGB associations and principals, let us support these young leaders and make sure that what we do, we must do correct, because the history, once we do wrong, the history will judge us and will judge us harshly so. Thank you.
Good morning, young people. We are here to give you words of support from South African Principals Association. We believe that you are custodians of democracy, and as South African principal, we ask the question, why are you here? And the reason why you are here, it is because you need to lead discussion around governance and including SMTs and SGBs within our schools, showing accountability as young people. And we know that as you participate in all programs, you will set a tone to become global citizens, which means you will make us proud out there. One other thing that I want to talk about is you fostering the spirit of discipline. Because with no discipline, as a country, we are going nowhere. So we are saying as principals, become peacemakers, become the voice of the unknown, become the voice to prepare all those skills that you guys can show to the world that South Africa is alive. And as custodians, we know that there is a prize for success. As much as it happens from Naledi High School via Morris Isaacson School, right through to Hector Peterson Museum. You guys are the voice today, and stand firm to defend that future which is in your hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those messages of support. Let's continue in that vein with the messages of support that are coming from our supporters, from our sponsors, our NGOs. If you can just come and queue the same way as the governing bodies and principals did. Please come forward. Yeah. You have a program, you know, you're supposed to come and give a message of support. Please come through. NECT, UNICEF.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, Minister. Good morning to the DDG. I'll follow the protocol that has been observed. My name is Ntongolo Zipembe. I am with the National Education Collaboration Trust. Chief Director, we just want to ensure that we are still committed to supporting learner leadership in this particular program. We were with you from the beginning. We are here. We've signed that long life contract with you. So that's all we can say. As the NECT, we just want to ensure that servant leadership is developed. So as learners, you know, you occupy a very important and a unique position. Please use it wisely. You have an opportunity that other learners do not have. You are their representatives. Please take that opportunity and use it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, NECT. Yeah, I indicated that I tweaked the program a little bit, and it boomerang because we did not get those messages quick enough. I'd like to suspend them. Don't move. Stay where you are. May I ask the IEC, Mr. Moepa, to come and address us? Yeah, yours is a speech, I understand. So we are going to be patient. Thank you very much. Are you welcoming him? Thank you very much.
Program Director, the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Ms. Siviwe Kwahube, Deputy Director General of Basic Education, Ms. Simone Gaya, distinguished leadership and partners of this occasion, distinguished guests, let me honor the protocol that has been observed. It is exciting to be in the midst of the future. The future as represented by the leaders we saw here today. Your theme for this historic summit resonates deeply within the halls of democratic institutions. We, as we gather today here, celebrate Youth Month, but we do so under the profound shadow and light of history. We are commemorating the milestone of the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Soweto Uprising. 50 years ago, young people, very similar to those that we have in this room, confronted an oppressive regime using the only tools they had at their disposal: their voices, their bodies, and their unyielding resistance. Today, the battlefield has shifted, but the responsibility remains just as weighty. You do not have to dodge bullets today to alter the trajectory of your country. You do not have to break unjust laws to be heard. You hold a tool that your ancestors bled to secure for you. It is a small piece of paper or a digital confirmation on an online portal that carries the collective weight of our nation's future. Indeed, this morning, I'm inspired that we have young people that are well decorated on their blazers, in their voices, and in their thinking. When we think about young people, we think about the power they hold and the tools they carry for the future. In our country, a country that has prized democracy above all else, that tool is your vote. As the late international statesman and son of this soil, our father, a statesman, Nelson Mandela, beautifully reminded us during the dawn of democracy by saying, and I quote, "An election is not just about choosing leaders. It is a celebration of a hard-won freedom and a powerful declaration that we are the masters of our own destiny." I close quote. Today, we have those words echoing in our minds. When we speak of voting as a constitutional imperative, it can sound academic, like an abstract phrase pulled out from a textbook. It may sound, but let us strip away the legal jargon. What does Section 19 of our Constitution actually dictate? It guarantees every citizen has the right to free, fair, and regular elections, and that every adult citizen has the right to vote in secret and to stand for public office. I repeat, to vote in secret and to stand for public office. This means that all of you, as young people, the time comes when you get to be 18 and you qualify to exercise that right. But it doesn't become a right to you only when you turn 18. Every one of us has a duty where we are at. Young people, where you are, even if you're not 18, there's a big job you have to debate with information at your disposal, with your family members, with those in society about the future you want for yourself, and about a future that will responsibly carry your aspirations and desires. And for those who do so, to be reminded that you matter and you count. Our constitutional democracy is built on a simple yet profound promise. The government must be based on the will of the people. If you choose not to vote, the government is not based on your will. It is exclusively based on the will of those who choose to do so. In other words, if you participate, you make your voice to be heard. A high school learner from Khayelitsha recently put it perfectly during an IEC school outreach project, stating, and I quote, "If you don't vote, you are letting someone else choose your future, and the future roommate, your future playlist, your future career path, and your future in general. Why would you let strangers decide your life?" I close quote. She was entirely correct. Your vote is your structural power to choose who manages your communities, who controls your local infrastructure, and who dictates the policies affecting your direct transition from school to higher education and employment. As the Electoral Commission, we must be regular, transparent, and brutally honest with ourselves and with you. South Africa is heading to a critical general election of municipal councils on 4 November 2026. This election is where democracy meets the ground, affecting the immediate quality of life in your neighborhoods. Yet, our current data signals a worrying trend. The 2026 voter participation survey conducted on our behalf by the Human Sciences Research Council highlights a distinct drop in political efficacy among young people aged 18 to 24. Many young South Africans feel that their votes do not bring immediate structural changes. They point to high unemployment, service delivery backlogs, and economic exclusion, asking, why should we bother? Let me counter that with a response shared by an RCL president during a focus group earlier this year, and I quote, "Apathy is a luxury we cannot afford. Sitting out doesn't punish the politicians, it punishes our communities," I close quote. When you choose not to participate, you do not disappear from the system. You simply hand over more leverage to the status quo. The HSRC data reveals that while demand for democracy remains exceptionally high, satisfaction with its current institutional output is very low. The remedy to an underperforming democracy is never less democracy. It is more active citizen participation. Voting is your structural mechanism for true accountability. It is how you reward good performance or penalize institutional complacency. We recently concluded a national voter registration weekend across South Africa this last weekend. The data from this exercise gives us both a reason to celebrate and a clear warning sign. The encouraging news is that the vast majority of new registrations came directly from young voters, the youth as we know them. This proves that the spark of civic consciousness is alive within your generation. However, the raw data also reveals a stark reality. While many new registered voters were indeed young people, our overall youth participation could benefit immensely from increased registration volumes. There are still millions of eligible young South Africans who remain unregistered, sitting on the sidelines of their own future. On 4 November 2026, local government councils will be conducted, elections will be conducted to decide the future of water, electricity, safety, and recreational spaces in your neighborhoods. If your local park is unsafe, if your streets lack lighting, if your local libraries are not functioning well or are closed, these are municipal issues you would be making your position known on them. Your registration status directly determines the caliber of leadership tasked with fixing them. You cannot change the leadership if you are not on the voters' roll. You are not just the leaders of tomorrow. As members of your schools, RCLs, you are actively leading today. Over the next 3 days, you will engage in policy dialogues, you will be discussing information integrity, and even elect your own national RCL structure right here at this summit. You already understand governance. You understand how to represent your peers. You negotiate with school management, and you advocate for better learning facilities. The jump from school governance to local municipal councils is so small, it is not something you even need to think about. The practices of accountability, transparency, and representations you are sharpening here are the exact competencies required to transform our municipal councils. As student leaders, you carry a dual responsibility. You must lead by example, and you must act decisively to mobilize. Here is your democratic assignment as you leave this summit. I submit: 1, register to vote immediately. 2, be ambassadors for your information integrity. And 3, mobilize your classrooms and communities. 4 November is not too far from now. 50 years ago, the youth of 1976 acted out of absolute structural necessity. They were born of resistance. You, the youth of 2026, must entirely be driven by purpose. Your purpose is to protect, to solidify, and to maximize the democratic gains that were bought at a premium. Do not let anyone convince you that your voices do not matter. They do. The democratic system responds to numbers, and the youth make up the largest demographic bloc in our country today. If you move as a collective, you move this nation. That's the reality of where we are. As I close, let us honor the legacy of the past by seizing the democratic power of the present. Exercise your right to vote. Register. Show up on November 4, and let the true voice of the South African youth be heard. I want to thank you and echo the words you opened with. May God bless this nation. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to the IEC. We will later play a game, sir, to assist the organization. Young people that are going to be turning 18 before the 4th of November, I believe all of them have cell phones. And all the adults that are here also have cell phones. So we're going to use your link, and we're going to register on the spot. We will play that game. We will do that later. But thank you very much for honoring this occasion, and may this relationship with the IC continue. You still owe us a discussion, how you're using our schools. We need to talk about that seriously. And yeah. Yes, we need to talk about it. And the contracts that needs to be signed with school governing bodies, some of them are here. We need to finalize that and be ready for the elections. But thank you very much. May I continue with my messages of support? Not speeches, but messages of support. Let's continue and close this, and then we can break for tea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Imagine if every child born today, the next day and the next, had enough love, enough food, enough safety, and enough brain power every day of their lives. My name is Mesuli Kama from the Hold My Hand campaign. which supports the national strategy to accelerate action for children as adopted by the presidency. And this strategy is really about putting children at the center of our national development, see investment in their lives, not as a social or welfare responsibility, but as an economic imperative, because investing in children is investing in the economy. For economy to grow, you need human capital. So as Hold My Hand, we're just here to say we support and are excited to be here today, because this campaign in the main is led by children. And you as RCLs here are the voices of children. For those who can speak, the quarter of them in our country who are stunted because they do not have enough access to nutritious food. For those who are suffering because of injuries on the roads, we rely on you. So we're just here to say we're not leaving as Hold My Hand, that your responsibility as minister has said, that it is not only to lead the learners, but it is to lead the young people as a whole. It is to lead and be that voice and be central in the work that we do as Hold My Hand with all partners. And if you forgot, what we need to do is to move towards an imagination. And that imagination is a South Africa where every child born today, the next day and the next, has enough love, enough food, enough safety, and enough brain power every day of their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And obviously, first of all the representatives of the RCL, very happy to stand here today as UNICEF and Honorable Minister, the DDG, and obviously also the chairperson of the IEC and all the other dignitaries here and colleagues. For UNICEF, it has been a pleasure for the past 30 years to be associated with this participation and leadership of young people in the schools. And having served in many other countries, this is a privilege that you have here in South Africa. It's a privilege that is structurally embedded, that you come here today from all over the country, that you meet your minister, that you meet other important persons, and you make your voice heard. So please, make good use of that privilege. And with every right, your right to education, also comes obviously a duty. Yeah, so you have the right, you participate, you hold to account, you make sure that this right is fulfilled by those that have to basically support you. And at the same time, because you're also leader in your own right, you also have an obligation towards those obviously that have elected you. So you're at this unique juncture where yes, you hold others to account in a constructive way, in a way that produces results for yourself, but most importantly, for your peers. And that's obviously your duty to yourself, to develop yourself as young leaders, but also to the duty of those that don't have their voices heard. And therefore, obviously, it's an exciting journey you're on, and you're standing obviously on the shoulders of the young people that went before you and that we honor today. Thank you very much.
Very good morning to everyone. I take note that this should be a message of support and not a speech, so I'll get right on top of it. Greet you in the name of Bafana Bafana, who needs to win at 3 a.m. I also greet you in the name of the best team in South Africa, Kaizer Chiefs, Kosi for life. Kosi for life. Let's get back to the serious points, ladies and gentlemen, please. All protocols observed. Good morning, Minister, DDG, colleagues, and young people. My name is Nkosinathi Mushwana, and I stand here as the Chief Executive Officer of a company called Prime Stars. We are a 20-year-old organization that started with a project called Take a Girl Child to Work Day, which has supported over 4 million young women accessing the workplace. And since then, I've had the pleasure of introducing innovative programming in career development, STEM development, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, GBV development focus on boys, called What About the Boys? But this morning I'm here to talk about leadership and the support we want to give to the department in this space. I'm here representing AECI, who is a corporate funder that's put Money Minister behind a Future Leaders program that is focused fundamentally on driving the fact that we know that to create a better world, we need more than just infrastructure, technology, and business. We need people. A better world is built by people, and if we want a better future, we must invest in better leaders. So our focus with Future Leaders, and I'll invite all the young people to go to the back left to see the Future Leaders stand to understand the opportunity we are bringing forward. We've been invested in accelerating young people like yourselves from schoolroom to boardroom. And we found that as much as we offer education and economic opportunity, we also need leadership. So we created the Future Leaders Challenge, which is a fully funded initiative by AECI, which supports public schools across the country, young people like yourselves. And what we want to do is leverage your thinking, your innovation to become your own problem solvers in your community. You'll see that at the back there are forms like this, and the program entails, actually introduces learners to principles of servant leadership through a unique combination of film. So we've created a movie called Future Leaders, which you'll be watching tonight. And we've also then brought forward learning materials, which are these booklets, curriculum aligned for teachers and learners. What we then do is we drive servant leaders into communities to then support these young people in the Future Leaders competition. And we then run a national adjudication process to turn your leadership principles and ideas and solutions into reality. In the last 2 years, we've supported over 10,000 young people like yourselves and awarded millions of rands in funding, bursaries, mentorship, and coaching towards your solution becoming a reality in your communities. We want you to become problem solvers in your own communities for yourself. So our message of support as AECI's Prime Stars is to say that we are bringing Future Leaders forward as an offering to the annual Learner Leadership Summit and to schools across the country, as well as the department. We are in all communities, township and rural communities, and we cover all support. In the program, we expose learners to integrity, accountability, empathy, emotional intelligence, resilience, and courage. But I think what's really key is that we teach through film. And we teach through film because leadership is not theory, it is action, it is service. And what we wanted to do is then extend beyond just the film, the workbook, and the competition, and take this abstract concept of what it means to be a leader and put it into a practical process that all of you can apply. So my message this morning is to encourage learners, teachers, and schools to participate in the project. It is fully supported, end to end. There's no cost to participate. If you're looking for a bursary, it's the right place to begin because it's fully funded bursaries at the end of the project, including mentorship, including as well as learnerships, internships, laptops, smartphones, data, shopping vouchers, investment accounts, and beginning your journey to leadership. I'll close by saying this. We are honored to be part of this. We appreciate the department as well as the Agape team for including us. We are here to support the department, Minister, in moving forward. We are committed to accelerating you young people from learning to earning. And we believe that if we are serious about building the South Africa we want in 2050, we must be equally serious about developing the leaders who will build it. And if I may say, the last I'll say is beyond being the CEO, I'm also an alumni. I have been to the public school system of South Africa. I have been a prefect. I have fought to be an RCL. I fought to be a head boy. And I don't only speak then from Prime Stars, I also speak as an alumni of this wonderful movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The reason I'm intimidating you is that I want to give you more time to introduce your movie in the evening. Then you'll have plenty of time to go through all these plans that we have and take these learners practicum. So we have a date in the evening when you introduce that movie. Thank you very much to the partners. We have come to the end of this formal session where you are just sitting and listening and absorbing. We need to move to the next stage where you're going to participate. But for us to do that, I want to release you to have a tea break, get a little bit of energy, then you can come back. Now, may I request you to stand and allow the minister to have her tea first. Then we can join. Shall we stand as we usher the minister out? DDG Geya, please. Yes, so remain standing as the minister is going for her tea break. I thought you'll be singing. What happened to these young ones?
So you are in charge. No, I'm just an announcer. All right. Wemolo, wemolo. All right, colleagues, just your attention can we sit down for 1 minute? Just some housekeeping, quick. Okay, tea break is going to be for 30 minutes until 11:30. But I want to make an announcement relating to elections. Immediately after lunch, it's not on the program. Immediately after lunch, we're going to have nominations for the RCL National Structure elections. So there are 6 portfolios that are going to be contested only by provincial chairpersons or presidents. So obviously the first portfolio is president, deputy president, secretary, deputy secretary, treasurer, and the PRO, the public relations officer. So while you are taking tea and lunch, begin to have conversations around who's gonna stand for which position. The guidelines are clear. Only provincial presidents or chairpersons can stand. If your provincial president is absent, I know what you're gonna ask me, Gauteng. He's writing. He's still the only person that's gonna stand. We're not taking any other people. No questions. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea.
to you. Hello. Hello. If there's a person at your table who's still speaking, tell them, keep quiet. Are they quiet? Why am I still hearing noise? Are you lying? Some are saying yes. That's embarrassing. Well, good morning, everyone. Are we gathered here in the name of young people? No. Some people are lost here. Are we gathered here in the name of young people? So I'm saying good morning. How are you? I'm well, thank you. I would like to stand on the protocol as already established. Fellow young people, dumelang. Dumelang. Sanbonani. Ninjani. Abusheni. Minjano. Goeiemôre. Is julle goed? Ek is ook goed. So I'm going to be your program director for this second session of the day. My names are Machikidi Rebecca Pala. I work as a communications strategist and a public relations professional. And for purposes of today, I will be your program director. Why are you still speaking? What's going on? Should we get somebody to take a list of noisemakers? Like this guy, this one. This one. Well, when are this man with a camera? The gentleman who's looking at him, that one. He's number one. The one who just said, oh, him. What's your name? What's his name? Anele, where are you from? Anele from the Eastern Cape. You just embarrassed the Eastern Cape. Let's clap hands for him for embarrassing the Eastern Cape. Anele, when we ask you to not make noise, don't make noise. Let me see if you are alive. Do we have Limpopo province here? Hello, Limpopo, hello. Do we have Mpumalanga province in the house? Hello, Mpumalanga. Do we have Northwest in the province, in the house? Why are you guys nonchalant? You're not? So halala Northwest, halala. You guys definitely are nonchalant. Do we have Free State in the house? That's more like it. Can we all give a round of applause to Free State for being alive? Do we have the province with the same name in the house? KwaZulu Natal. Aha! Can we clap hands for them? Eastern Cape that has just been embarrassed. Are you here? At least you've redeemed yourself. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Is the Western Cape in the house? Allah, let's give them a nice round of applause. Is the Northern Cape in the house? That's more like it. Hi, why are you not giving them a hand as well? Is the Gauteng province here? But let's give them a nice round of applause. Is anyone missing? We've all been recalled, right? Okay, I'm going to ask Tabang Bebe to please come to the fore and lead us in the item of the nomination process. But as Tabang comes, can you give me a nice song? Can we wake up? KZN, can you give us a song? They are sleeping. Gauteng, host province. Oh, what's happened? Let's all stand and sing.
irata machita. South Africa, irata machita. South Africa, irata machita. Irata machita. Irata machita. South Africa, irata machita. South Africa, irata machita. South Africa, itsana machita. Itsana machita. Itsana machita. Ebati laba nsizofunda mahala. Funda mahala. Tina sizofunda mahala. Funda mahala. Zofunda mahala. Love you, love you, love you.
Ayihlala phansi ibambe umthetho. Shower. All right, colleagues, we're not doing nominations. I'm just outlining what's going to happen. So before lunch, after the panel discussion that is coming up, we're going to allow all the 9 provincial presidents to give their speeches. You have 3 minutes, strictly 3 minutes, to introduce yourself, to canvass, to sell us dreams. 1 learner, 1 classroom, all those dreams you're going to... Yeah, 1 learner, 1 teacher, 1 classroom, 10 laptops, all the dreams you're going to sell to us. You have 3 minutes, ne? Then after the provincial presidents have given their speeches, we'll have lunch. After lunch, we are moving to nominations. That will be done, facilitated by the IEC, because they are independent. They'll come and do their thing here. Then after nominations, we are going to continue with the program. So bear that in mind. If you have not prepared your speech, prepare now. You have an hour. No ChatGPT, ne? We'll hear you when you sound like AI. And you know how annoying those AI songs are. Imagine a speech. So be authentic. Use realistic, visions and attainable goals so that we vote for you. Oh, by the way, all 90 the RCL delegates are voting. Only 9 presidents are standing for the 6 positions. I'm going to repeat them very slow. 6 portfolio positions are president, deputy president, secretary, deputy secretary, treasurer, and public relations officer, PRO. So as you are listening to the speech, you must imagine whoever in those shoes. Because we have 9, the other 4 that don't get the executive portfolios become additional members. So all 9 provinces will be represented in the structure. So don't worry if your province doesn't win president, they'll still be part of the National RCL Committee and represent you in meetings with the minister. Is it clear? Any questions before I sit down? Gauteng, your president will, whenever she comes or he will get time. I know she's writing. Please write to her that she has a speech pending. Any other issues? Is it clear? Yes, Gauteng. Just give us, you sell yourself. Yeah, you are shelling us when you are here. Any other question? All right, thank you. I'm going to hand over to the MC. Give me a round of applause.
I think you can do far better than that. Give him another round of applause. Don't be snacks, ne? We're not snacks, right? Okay, we're going to get into our panel discussion. It is going to be a dialogue and not one-way talks. It's titled, effectively to reflect the theme of the engagement, is Born of Resistance, Driven by Purpose and Leading the Future of Learning. It's Born of Resistance, Driven by Purpose and leading the future of learning. I need you to help me as I introduce the panelists. It's very simple. As I read their bios, after every sentence, all you have to do is, Is that a thing we can do? Really? Are you sure? It must be proper. It can't be It must be that one where you are inspired. You want to one day get to that level. That one. Ne. After sentence though, and when I do this, it means I'm done, and then we clap. And when the speaker comes on, let's also give them a nice resounding round of applause. Can we do that? Pella, we're not at the yet. What's happening here? Are we ready to get started? Okay, so as I call the panelists, I'm going to ask them to please come sit on the beautifully put chairs here. Are we ready for our first speaker? He is a thespian, television and stage practitioner, author and founder of the Jerry Mufokeng wa Makgetha Foundation, also part of the June 16, 1976 generation. He is from Wema Street in Orlando West in Soweto. And that's the street where Hector Peterson was killed back in June 16, 1976. His home is between the Sisulu and Mandela homes in Orlando West. And his home was tear gassed on June 17 as the street became a hive of student unrest. Please help me welcome an elder that we appreciate like no other, and give a resounding warm round of applause as we welcome Dr. Jerry Mufokeng wa Makgetha. Thank you. I love you guys. We move on to our next speaker. She is a prominent South African anti-apartheid activist, author, and retired diplomat, best known for her lifelong dedication to the liberation struggle, international advocacy, and at just the age of 21 years old in 1976, she traveled to New York to address the United Nations. And she was addressing them regarding the apartheid government's killing of children. In terms of her diplomatic career, after the end of apartheid, she represented South Africa globally and also served as the South African High Commissioner to Zambia. Please help me welcome Mama Sikoje Mji. Okay. Our next speaker is an educator of English and history for young high school learners. She has completed her master's in education and leadership policy, which she attained cum laude. Currently pursuing a PhD that continues on the work that she started in her master's, which focuses on inclusion of learner voices in policy with a focus on how leadership can help in terms of addressing male learner dropouts. Also a mentee of the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Siviwe Gwagube. Help me welcome Mpho Sahula. Our next speaker is a part of the communications and networks team from Hold My Hand. She specializes in adolescent identity, which is one of the priorities to accelerate action for children. She's also a co-author of the Adolescents chapter of the South African Child Gauge publication by the University of Cape Town. Please help me welcome Thando Nkosi. And now for the next speaker. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they get to know each other. The hymns must continue, ne? The next speaker is currently the Deputy President of the RCL of the Free State Province. A grade 11 learner who's passionate about equality for learners and representation of young people in sectoral key areas. She is solutions-oriented and a propellant of progressive action who says that talk is too much, action must take the lead. Help me welcome Precious Mjali. Keep it going for our Precious. Keep it going. I love it. Our next speaker, who will be our last but not least speaker, is an additional member of the KZN Provincial RCL. Are you becoming snacks? Okay, grade 12 learner who's passionate about leadership. She's also passionate about how resources can be mobilized for the benefit of children from previously disadvantaged communities. Please help me welcome Nandi Madlala. You can do better than that. Clap hands for Nandi. Keep it going for Nandi. This is not going to be a one-way conversation. Please, I know you have notepads and pens. Take notes and we will do a Q&A where you can also join in the conversation. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Let's get into the conversation then. I'm just going to actually stand here so that I can see you all. And Dr. Mufokeng Makgetha, I think we need to start with you. We are reflecting on the theme of the session, which is born of resistance, driven by purpose and leading the future of learning. One could say that that is a reality that you know very well as the June 1976 generation. You were born into this time of resistance and yours was to fight for inclusion in terms of the education sector. Take us back briefly, Ndati. What was it like and what eventually propelled you to be so brave as young people to go against the government of the day at that time?
Thank you so much. Tumela. In 1983, at the age of 27, I went to Wits into my first year. After 3 years, I wrote my thesis, and I quoted all these nice people, international, and I still remember to this day, my supervisor took the essay and tore it apart. Why? He said to me, listen, Jeremiah, you have told me what all these old white people from Europe think. I'm not interested. I want to know what you think. And a proper education teaches you to be an independent thinker. So, here's the situation then in apartheid. 1953, the Bantu education comes into being. And it's clear, they don't hide. Teach the Bantu child that they will never become equal to the Europeans or whites. You must teach them that they will be servants for the rest of their lives. So that, Mexico also will help me here. You get into a job situation, you have a matric, you get a Boer boy who has JC 2 standards lower. You teach them the job and they become your boss. I don't know if you hear what I'm saying. So you are taught to be a bus boy for the rest of your life. So they are saying to the missionary schools especially that were prevalent in giving the black child an education, do not give the black child an education that promises them greener pastures that they will never taste anyway. When you do that, you frustrate them and you make them restless, and then they will rebel. And the rebellion came primarily in 1976. Not that there was nothing between 1954 and then. So then, 1964, they come up with a legislation that says a black child in senior secondary school must learn 3 subjects, 3 languages: English, Afrikaans, and so-called vernacular. And then you must learn 4 other subjects, but 50% of those you must study in Afrikaans. I didn't get a restlessness in this hall because I don't think you understand. You must learn mathematics in Afrikaans. You must learn that one-to-one correspondence is een tot een ooreenkoms. So, your teacher is struggling to communicate the subject in Afrikaans. So here and there, he says, "Sos marek gasehet, lankuta mos gore kereng." And if you are lucky, I'm trying to give you a fuller understanding so that when we begin to have questions, we understand what led to 76. The teacher teaches at most 70% of the curriculum for that year, of the syllabus. And then you get into the exam room. You study the questions in Afrikaans, translate them into English, work out the answer in English, and translate that answer into Afrikaans. You end up answering 70% of the 70%. And then if you are lucky, you get 60% of that, you have failed. So your failure is engineered before you get into the exam room. So then, we were a little fortunate, because until 1975, they were teaching us 3 subjects in English, 1 in Afrikaans. But come 75, then they built a whole lot of senior secondary schools. And then they said, no, these new schools must adhere to the curriculum. Therefore, 50% in English, 50% in Afrikaans. And so the Afrikaner supervisors were hard at work from 75. And schools like her school, Morris Isaacson, they began to have these people that we call, what do you call them? The private police people. They were visiting the schools. So then, here's what happens. 76, a school called Pesesco. Those of you who have read on 1976, Pesesco is the school that's opposite the Nelson Mandela home. The new school had a new principal called Mr. Mpulo. And they were being forced to learn 50% of the subjects in Afrikaans, and they said no. That's the school where Seth Mazibuko was. By the way, Seth Mazibuko, at the age of 16, was arrested and kept in solitary confinement 180 days and sent to Robben Island for 7 years. That's your age or less. You get arrested for having a different thought, a different idea. And so, the May of 1976, the government had had enough of Pesesco and they decided to close it. Morris Isaacson was not happy with that. And during weekend classes, they approached the principal, Mr. Matabate, to say, this can't go on. The special branch of police are here all the time. We are being forced, we are being harassed and all that. Something must be done. And Matabate says, what are you waiting for? That was the 12th of June. And then that's when everything got into motion. So the high schools, including Naledi high schools, were contacted. And on June 16, then, the march from Morris Isaacson through Mofolo, through Dube, through... The idea was tell the primary schools to go home and not come back until next week, Monday. But all of us, we will meet at Pesesco. And I was writing an Afrikaans exam at Orlando West High School, which is just divided by a fence from that school. And so when that happens, before long, on Moema Street, those of you who know the Hector Peterson Memorial, from Orlando West High School to that became the killing fields of 1976. Hastings Ndlovu and Hector Peterson, the first known victims of the police. They didn't give any warning shots. They shot to kill. And the doctors, if you read on this, talk about bullets going through one side of the head through to the other side. And just, I don't know, tens of bodies on the floor.
Yeah.
And everybody was called back to work.
Yes.
I apologize. And so, after that period, many of the students went into exile because you were not safe at home, you were not safe at school, you were not safe in the street. And Mesigose went into exile 75. She'll tell you more about that.
Sure.
But basically, it's relating it to today. If you are not dissatisfied with what you're getting educationally, if you don't have a bigger idea of becoming an independent thinker, then we have a problem. We don't have to worry about drugs when you have something to wake up to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ntate, please pass the mic to Mama. Please pass it to her. Mama, talk to us about the posture of the leadership of your generation. We are in the presence of young leaders here.
Yes.
You, from when we read the books, demonstrated a great sense of bravery. As you give your account, what led to that posture for your generation to be so brave, to understand that you were born into the struggle and that you've got a purpose in order to fight for future generations?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. Dumelang. As Ntate Jerry was saying, not everything began in 1976. 76 was the climax. When I arrived at Morris Isaacson in 1974, I was coming from a school in Lesotho where Afrikaans was not taught. Lesotho, Botswana, Swaziland have always been independent of the government of South Africa, which in Lesotho was called Kokopanong, in the Union. Remember, South Africa became a union in 1910. So when I came to this new school at Morris Isaacson, which my father said was the best school, I had to now do English, which I had already done at my school in Lesotho. I had to do Sesotho, which is why I went to Morris Isaacson, because my parents were living in Durban, so I couldn't find a school there where I could learn Sesotho, because these three subjects were compulsory. And then now I also had to do Afrikaans. What was the problem with Afrikaans? Many people will ask you. The problem with Afrikaans for me personally was that I had to learn it for the first time in matric, Form 4 and Form 5, what you call grade 11 and grade 12. And I was a very bright student, if I may say it myself. And I wanted to get a first class, and I asked myself, if now I do Afrikaans, when the books of Afrikaans and the secular was introduced, that we have to do it with all subjects, mathematics, physics, and all that, I said, will I get my first class? I knew that I wouldn't. So as the books were coming in, being donated, as they said, in 1975, I was now doing grade 12. I was amongst the students that said, no Afrikaans. For personal reasons, as you can see, I didn't want it. But I also knew from our parents, my aunt, paternal aunt, was a domestic servant in some of the suburbs here in Johannesburg. And I knew how she was spoken to in Afrikaans. Not in a respectful manner, just because she was a maid. The Afrikaans has got two ways of addressing people. There's the yo, and there's the E for people who are respectable. Black people were never E. They were always yo. Black people's names were never taken into account. If you were a woman, your name was Maria or Mary, and you were a domestic worker. And if you were a man, your name was John or Jan. Or even Pete. You find many even today in the Free State. I mean, in Johannesburg, you find a lot of people still calling themselves Pete, the name they got from their white bosses. Thirdly, if I may say so, my aunt told me that she has a 7-year-old boy in the household where she works. And she has to address that boy as Klein Baas, small boss, and her boss as Groot Baas. So the language was very demeaning to black people as a whole. It didn't matter where you were. And the word Kefa was a common word. We had Kaferare, we were Kafers, and so on and so on. Now, I'm coming from Lesotho, where I was learning all the subjects. I'm hoping to one day become, of course, I didn't know I would be an ambassador, but I was hoping to be something in my life. And now I am being enclosed in this Afrikaans, which I know is only spoken here in South Africa by a small group of people, a minority, which is now being imposed on me. It means if I want to go and study in the UK sometime, do I have a chance? No. So for very personal reasons, and reasons that were also personal to all of us as the group of 1976, I was in the forefront when the books were given free of charge, donated to our school at Morris Isaacson, mobilizing fellow students to say, we will not accept to be taught in the medium of Afrikaans. We can read the subject as we do Sesotho, but certainly not to be enclosed, to make sure that we never are able to leave South Africa and be useful anywhere else in the world. I did leave in 76, by the way, in Tatejere. I didn't leave in 75. That is when I went out and became, as the song said, a freedom fighter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mpho, let's come to you. So the historical events take place and they lead to 1994, and the historical democratic dispensation comes to be. You are now studying and looking at the inclusion of the voices of young learners into policy in present day. 76 generation makes us believe that once they did what they did, they were listened to. What did you find?
Okay, hello everybody. This is what I want to say. The transition from apartheid to democracy was, of course, not an easy one. And our structures and our systems in our country were largely still shaped by those dynamics, because you cannot overhaul a culture by the snap of a finger. It takes generations to undo those cultures, and part of those cultures was the sense of authoritarianism that was deeply, deeply entrenched in our systems and structures, including schools. Now, we appreciate the work that was done by the generation ya bo Ntate Makgetha, and we, in fact, are beneficiaries of that. However, it is also important to acknowledge that the legacy does continue, which gives us the work that we have to do now as a generation. Now, going back to the issue of authoritarianism, within our schools, we see it coming across through ageism, number one. It is also a cultural thing that as a child, you must respect your elders. Happy days. We don't argue with that. It's part of our values as a people. However, the power dynamics tend to be oppressive towards young people in the home and in the schools. Now, we, of course, are saying democratic participation is important. And when we're talking to RCLs in the space, I can't help but talk about school governing bodies as an example. That policy says RCLs must sit in the governing bodies. They must engage in the creation of policies that are ultimately going to impact their experience in the school environment. However, because of that sense of authoritarianism that we've carried, there's a sense from the elders in the governing body, the principals, the teachers, the parents, that these are kids. What do they know? And because of that, you'll find that a lot of the time our young people are in those spaces, but symbolically. Their voices are actually not heard. They are not given a platform to speak about their struggles. They are not even encouraged to come forward with those struggles, which is why now when you look at schools particularly, there is, I like to say, because one of these theorists said, schools are microcosms of society. And everything that you see in the rest of society, you will definitely find in a school ×7. So the violence, the bullying that we talk about, the male suicide, the school dropout, all of those things become prevalent in our schools. Schools which are supposed to be safety nets are the opposite of that. And we find that our learners have nowhere to run. The RCLs are a beautiful platform because they represent hope for the rest of the learners within the school. And my belief is that if the RCLs are run effectively the way we know they are supposed to be, then they can be safety harbors. And with that being said, looking at the broader impact of young people in our country, I think, yes, we have platforms where we can speak, but it is important that our voices become policy inputs. Same applies within the schools as well. Learner voices should become policy inputs. We exist as educators in schools because of them. They are the main characters in the story. So it does not make sense for us to want to lead. They are in the majority as well. Jaka Mama was saying that the minority wanted to dominate. They are the majority in the schools. So how we structure our schools, how we execute whatever we execute within the schools must be informed by their interests, by their desires, by their vision for themselves, of course directed by us as elders. Yeah.
Sure. Let's then go to Tando. 32 years into a democracy, the study is finding concerning realities. The generation of Puntata Maketa wanted to be represented in what they were studying. Present day generations are facing even bigger problems. But you have a mandate to facilitate what she proposed in her study. Are you making inroads?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. So within the national strategy to accelerate children, Action for Children, it was signed and recognized by the cabinet last year in December. And this was after, while she's speaking, I'm actually reminded of the Children 20 manifesto that was submitted to the president. And in a point where children themselves went into stage in the G20 Social Summit to say we want our voices to be heard. And so within the strategy, there are 10 priorities, one of which is bringing in identity, belonging, and connectedness for adolescents. So I'm going to use the word teenagers and adolescents interchangeably. And as Hold My Hand with the campaign that supports fully the national strategy to accelerate action for children, we seek to actually take these voices into account. That whatever decision that we make, we want their voices to be heard. And we have the progress that has been made is that the accelerator or the priority, the 10th priority of teenagers has actually published a teen guide for adults because we've realized that adolescence has the missing middle in policies, both in local and global policies. And because teenagers are too young for youth employment programs, but they are often too old also for early childhood services. So where exactly do they fit in? So this is why we developed this free resource, which is available on Hold My Hand website. It provides caregivers, parents, adults who are in close proximity to teens that actually, hey, we want to be heard. And this is what is happening in our brains, that if you see a teenager acting irrationally, it's not because they're doing it just for the sake of doing it, it's because of their brain. There's a brain development that's happening there, and we're also taking into account of that. And then we also have the mobile campaign that Hold My Hand is a part of, which is Get Ready. If you look back, you can see the pull-up banner there. And one of our managing directors for Kiredi is Dr. Katlego Silekane, who's sitting right there. What it does is that it provides teenagers rather with the priority of having the WhatsApp that they always use, the WhatsApp that they have access to. If I have a question and I'm scared to ask my mom or my dad, I can go into WhatsApp and ask, hey, what is the cause of an STI? I'm seeing a white discharge underneath. What does it mean? And it has qualified nurses and qualified practitioners who actually take the time to answer you and follow up.
Is it having an uptake? Are the young people embracing these platforms?
They truly are. They truly are. And I would like the RCLs to also help us bring up the mobilization of the curated
Sure.
platform in their schools as well.
Sure, absolutely. Important work. Nandi, let's hear from the learners. You've obviously heard from the elders, those who are invested in your well-being. They even research your well-being, as well as those mandated to ensure that you're included. Are you feeling like you are listened to properly? If not, what's missing? You are represented. We're here. You're about to elect new leaders. They are part of the SGB. How are things?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nandi Madlala from KwaZulu-Natal province, and I'm also the Child Ambassador of Human Rights. So back to the theme of today, I would like to commemorate for the living legends that we're seated with in this platform and give a shout out to everyone who made this day possible for us. I believe that the programs that have been put, such as Hold My Hand, I use it. Like, where's my phone? Oh,
Yeah, let's clap hands for that. Yeah.
And I have raised acknowledgement for it at my school, but I believe that we are actually not given much platforms to raise our concerns. I love that Mampo has raised that we are not heard in SGB meetings because of the power dynamics in our society. They think that just as children, we don't have the mindset or we don't have the courage to speak up, whereas we do have the courage, we're just not fully exposed to the platforms. Yes, social media is the tool that changes the world. It depends on how you use it. Yes, social media allows us to raise our concerns, but now we're not raising it enough if it doesn't get the attention that it deserves. I like the fact that the minister was here, but I wish she was here to hear me say this. We lack of resources. I'm a girl from Umlazi community, which is a township in KZN. We lack resources of, let me say, textbooks. Textbooks, yes, they are a source for education, but we are supplied with outdated textbooks. I'm not saying that textbooks should be implemented again because we live in a digital world, but I just feel like, can we just be given resources, just like computers and labs for life sciences, for chemistry, because you can't study life science without experimenting. For the labs, I wish that the computers that we would be supplied can be like school programmed in order to avoid cyberbullying, because it's just a case that we will never run away from it. And also, we do have psychologists in the country. But sometimes it is not very welcoming or very easy for me to just open up to a stranger. Yes, RCLs exist as our brothers and sisters for opening up, but also if the RCLs are elected not because of the hearts they have, but because of academic excellence, then what's the point for it? I thank you.
Thanks so much. Precious, what is on your chest? You have heard your fellow learner, you followed the conversation. Are we even having the right conversations for you as a learner? Do you feel like we are truly working towards your proper inclusion into the schooling system?
Thank you very much, Program Director. If I were to express myself, I'd say that the solution at hand is like the AP score to get into medicine, Wits. It's the bare minimum. Because you can still look around and still find a problem and still point at it and say that this is still at stake. that is still a young individual that carries purpose, that carries a future. You can find out that maybe there's 45% of young individuals here that live in one-figure salary homes, right? Through your help, if it could be loud enough and more exposed, so that when we go outside, we can say that, yeah, now we can see that there's actual change. This brings us to the current enforcement that we have, that as much as we keep on listing the problems, that shows how much you guys are still giving us the bare minimum. We need actual resources because currently we are stepping into a new revolution while the problems of the old revolution are still not solved. So in terms of whether we are seen or not, we can see the bare minimum. However, you can do better to equip us more for a future that you guys prepare for us. Thank you.
Precious. Thanks. And we'll get into the questions in a short while. Ntate Maged, when you were leaders, there were some who were not so prominent as you and Mama. And they looked to you as their leaders to not give them the bare minimum as their leaders as well. And as you were leading to challenge authority at the time. When you listen to these reflections of the young people, what responsibility as leaders do they also have to collaborate with authority for the well-being of their peers and themselves?
To collaborate with which authority?
The authority in terms of the leadership in the schooling system.
Okay. When you're a leader, you take those who are following you to a terrain that they've never been to before. And you also have an obligation to somewhat help them to see the picture, the preferred picture of where you want to take them. Because some of them will not agree with you. Because there are some people who are comfortable in mediocrity. And so when you say to them, it's not good enough for Morris Isaacson to have weekend study classes that are initiated by the students. And then they get the teachers to come in because they see that the solution of cross-nighting. There was a stupid thing where during exam time, October, November, you cross-night, you study from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., and then you go and write. Absolutely useless. Absolutely. And so Morris Isaacson starts the weekend classes in March. Because, guys, let me tell you, you either pass or fail matric in April. Not in October. You either pass or fail in April. You confirm it in October. And so, if people want to go and party, and you say, not allowed in this class, in this school. Let me give you a few examples. And don't kick me, I'm just saying the things we did. Orlando West High School is next to Pefeni Station. And there were guys who were giving the girls problems walking from Pefeni Station. We went on what you call straf expeditie, so that we disciplined all the, we noted them and we went out and honored them. I know human rights would not allow that today, but we did. Now, it's my belief, nah, you don't have to buy it, that if the students in a particular school make up their minds that no drugs will enter that gate, they can get it.
Absolutely.
They can absolutely get it. June 16, in the evening, the bottle stores, the liquor stores were burning. All right? Everywhere. Because part of what was happening is next to every train station, there was a bottle store why our parents must be harassed and destroyed and exploited at work, and they must come and get destroyed further with alcohol. Now, I go around colleges doing some work. At the gate and on campus, there are bottle stores. And I know a few family members that graduated as functional alcoholics. You hear what I'm saying? Now, if that's what democracy brings, functional alcoholics, that when you graduate you must go to rehab, I'm sorry, that's not it. And so, it's up to us to find a smart way, I'll call it a smart way, of actually finding partnerships with those who are in leadership in the schools, in the institutions that you are in. And if the leader of the RCL recommends that they have tea with the principal or with a particular strategic educator once every week, let them do that. Don't wait for them to initiate. You initiate it, and you'll pay for the tea.
Thank you very much. Let's give that a round of applause. I'm going to open for questions from the floor so that it's not just our conversation. Luena, is it going to be a comment, Doctor? Or a comment? Okay, great. Can I have the colleagues assist with the roving mics? So, Doctor, you'll be my first. Second, I want to see if we can spread it across. You, yes, you'll be number 3. Number 4, the gentleman at the back with the white creamish jersey. The Lena in front of you. Let me take you with the maroon and black blazer. And you, I think those are about 6 questions. And then we'll do a second round. Where is the microphone? Okay, you can get started. Do you want to maybe stand, Doc?
I'll stand. Hi, everyone. I hope you're well. This question is actually for the 2 RCLs. Okay. I'm really impressed by both of you. Actually, I'm impressed by all of you. Congratulations for making yourself get here. So, I'm going to ask you one and then you another one, okay? So, the question I want to ask is, what are you excited about when you look at your peers about the future? So, yes, you are a future leader, you've put yourself in that position, but those who maybe aren't part of the RCL structure, what are you excited about? What are you seeing starting to bubble up under the surface and can show us hope for the future, okay? And then for you, my gorgeous girl, what I want to ask you is, what would you recommend to other teens to start to do to make sure that their futures are brighter? So I want you to think about responsibility and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, bring it here. Can the people that have been pointed just stand to make it easier for the roving mic colleagues? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director. I was so impressed with Alena's, but what kept me thinking, it's what you said about us as adults providing bare minimal. And I thought maybe you could elaborate more, because what I've experienced is that young people have not found out what they need. So there is a concept of exposure and access into. So we find that whether you provide more, they still choose the wrong things.
Okay.
So how do you elaborate between us providing and youth capitalizing on that? Because I don't see it happening. And I can give you an example. I've been a principal here in Gauteng for 12 years. What I've noticed is that the skills that youth are having are not leading them to achieving higher grades. It leads them to doing something else that doesn't support their aspirations. Maybe you can elaborate on that. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. For everybody else that's going to ask questions, let's not have statements, just straightforward. If they don't understand, they'll ask you to explain the question further. The people who are going to ask questions are standing. You can just go to them.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Tatom Pulinyane, the President of the Free State. I want to touch more on what Mpho said because you focused more on the theme, but pertaining leadership. So I'm opening the question to the panel, but not you directly. So my question is, how can young people move beyond being participants in education to becoming active co-creators of educational policy and reform? Thank you.
Thanks. Straightforward. If we can all keep it like that, I would be very happy. Next question.
Okay, my name is Atilia Mhlongo and I am part of the representatives of Northwest. So what I was going to touch on, she actually did, so I appreciate that. My question was more so based on, despite the lack of resources and despite the lack of exposure, what can we as learner representatives and leaders do to influence and also be able to kind of show an example to our fellow learners to be able to strive for a better future? Thank you.
Thanks. Straightforward as well. Let's go to the right-hand side.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jabulom Kize, and I am a teacher liaison officer working very proudly with the RCLs. Now, I want to ask a question related to continuity. I'm from the generation that basically was in varsity during the time period of Fees Must Fall. And I come from a background whereby we took it up upon ourselves to say that education is way too expensive. And I'm not talking about basic education, I'm talking about higher education, because we were sold a dream to say you're encouraged to study because there'll be opportunities for you.
What is
and
the
yet,
question?
The question is that yet, we, the missing middle, especially those whose parents are employed by government, do not qualify for such opportunities because of not having access to NSFAS. So how do we gain access to opportunities when financial struggle stands between us and opportunity? So I qualify, but I cannot access it because I cannot afford it.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want us to keep it as short as possible so that we get as many questions. Please work with me. Go ahead.
Greetings, everybody. I'd like to greet the House at large and all protocols observed. This is Imanganelani from the Eastern Cape Province. I'd like to touch on something Ms. Sahuna has touched on and my leader from KZN has touched on. Outdated resources and SGP and SMT members neglecting RCL members to be part of decisions that govern the future of learners. In an environment whereby learners are suppressed and given a title just for comfort, how can we overcome that situation in most schools of the Eastern Cape? Because most learners are deprived the chance to voice out the concerns of their subordinates, whereby they are provided with resources that do not meet the day-to-day changing of the economy, and are actually given resources that are outdated. How do we manage that?
Thank you. Don't greet us. Protocol has been observed. Get into the question.
Okay, this is a question for the people, Dr. Jerry Mufokeng and Dr. Thando Nkosi. How can young people ensure that the history of student activism remains a tool for building rather than remembering, irregardless of being misheard by the SGB and school governing bodies? Thank you.
Great.
My name is Lwazim Dago from Eastern Cape. My question is, to what extent have the structural inequalities inherited from Ibantu Education Act in 1953 been successfully dismantled in rural provinces like the Eastern Cape? Thank you.
I love it. You didn't hear it? Just give him again. Breathe, ne? Breathe. I'm sorry for the pressure, breathe.
To
Yes.
what extent have the structural inequalities inherited from Bantu Education Act in 1953 been successfully dismantled in rural provinces like the Eastern Cape?
Thank you very much. Clear? To what an extent have the inequalities that were brought forth by the Bantu Education Act, how much of that has been dismantled? And the specific focus is Eastern Cape. Okay, go ahead.
Greetings to you all, my fellow South Africans. To those who don't know me, let me first introduce myself. My name is Ellen Tafadzwa Maluleka. And the question that I'm about to ask right now is related to Dr. Jerry Mufokeng, always been my favorite. The question is, I have many questions by the way, but I'll just take one. What is the biggest mistake that today youth, young leaders are making that your generation avoided?
Perfect, beautiful questions. Panel, can I take the next round and then as you answer we sum up? We don't have time because you're taking the questions down. The next round of questions, I'll start with you. By the way, Buntate Maketa has been here with us since breakfast. He's not leaving, he's with us, so some of us will be able to talk to all of them after this. Okay, so you're number 1, number 2, stand, Somares, I pointed you, number 3, stand, 4, stand, 5, stand. Let's see. At the back, what's happening there? Haven't been getting the people at the back. Yeah, let's get you as well, number 6. Can we stop it at that? We are going to have an opportunity. We're not going to get to all the questions. Protocol definitely already established. Hit to it.
Thank you. Prime Star CEO and Ambassador of Kaiser Chiefs. Question to the two learners. We as supporters who create programs to try and help you accelerate into the economy, we make assumptions and obviously engage for solutions. What are the challenges we may not know of that you are facing that make it difficult for you to make the most of these opportunities? And how can we better support you to overcome that?
Yes, working towards solutions. Repeat.
My name is My name is Bushra Sayed. I am representing the Western Province. I am the Deputy Secretary. My question was actually for Dr. Jerry. I know that a lot of, looking from his perspective from today as an older generation, from a more mature perspective, what would Doctor say is the mistakes that the youth of that time made that a person would look at it in a different perspective? And if so, how can we as the current youth change those mistakes that happened from a more mature perspective? Thank you.
I love it. We're asking about solutions.
My question is aimed to our two freedom fighters. To rectify past injustices, government and society has degraded Afrikaans language and culture in curriculum and language policies and heritage and in heritage. So don't you think this is the exact same thing done to people of color during apartheid? And how can we as white and colored people in South Africa who speak Afrikaans maintain our culture and identity in an anglicized society?
Thank you. Mpho, that is your question. You will answer that based on that.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Lesego Joy. I am from the Gauteng province. So my question is, it's directed to our two freedom fighters, Mr. Dr. Jerry and Umamthando. I'm very fond of you guys. So I see we're speaking about the misuse or the wrong allocation of resources to schools and stuff. But then I want us to talk to you. I want a slab of your wisdom since you are mature and you're older than us. What would you do if you were given the platform that we are given as RCL members in your youth, in your time? What would you have done to utilize and to ensure that you have a very huge impact on your community? Because a lot of us are very confused. So I just want you to talk to us. What would you have done as an elder member? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Litao Murudu from Limpopo. My question is for basically the whole panel. How do we fight the mediocrity that we're given by the Department of Education, all in the name of quintiles?
Okay, straight to the point. Quintiles. Quintiles.
Good day, everyone. Speaking is Banele Mkasi from the Mpumalanga province. And my question is dedicated to the leadership that were present during the old generation. And the question is, what would you say to the youth of today in terms of those who are scared to take action? Because also as you guys were mobilizing, you knew that it could go right or wrong. But now what should you say to the youth, understanding that some schools, they're not giving learners the platform to make sure that their voice have been heard? Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Okay, there, we must have missed that. Do we all know what quintiles are? I saw there was a discussion after that question was asked. Are we okay? Okay.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Kai Matwane from the Northwest Province. And my question is, how is the RCL Summit supposed to function and bring change if the event is held annually in the media, as we change the structure and RCLs also at our schools change? And if most of the summit are matriculants, they have to put more pressure on studying. And if the others are not matriculants, their pledges are not brought, like their pledges are not brought to life, because within the other 6 months of the year, or maybe 5 months, because we're not counting December, their pledge is not granted enough time for their pledge to be completed. So that's my question.
What is your question?
How
we got the background, just the question. What's the question?
How the RCL summit or structure supposed to function if the pledge is supposed to rush within a small period of time, maybe a half year. It's annually held in the half year of the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you for the very progressive questions. Panel, I will start, I think, with the elders, and then proceed to my age mates, and then we'll let the little ones take the last bite. Okay. Mami, please start with.
Thank you so much for all these very demanding questions. We really have to think. I want to start with the Afrikaans one and the Anglicized society. When I was working as an ambassador in the Department of International Relations, there was the spread of Ebola. I think it was the first time. And there were many South Africans here at home who were saying, instead of us helping the people in Liberia and so on, attend to the problem of Ebola, we should actually put resources, I don't remember in which other area, but the Minister of Health, I think he's back now again, Tate Motsoaledi. He said the biggest problem in South Africa is not whatever that those people were suggesting, but the biggest problem per population is tuberculosis. So if the country has to put resources into solving health issues here in South Africa, it should be tuberculosis. Now that is a scientific answer. I would say the same about Afrikaans. The other day I was at, what's this place where we now print because the post office is gone, Postnet. And this young man comes up to the queue in the front and says to the lady who's working there, we are all in the queue, he says, "Ke kopa ho botsa hore na ntho ena e itseng le a e etsa na?" And then even before he finishes talking, a white lady says, "We are in the queue. What are you doing? Do you think that we are stupid?" And I decide to say to her, no, he was just asking if they have the service so that he doesn't have to get into the queue. Do you know there was a terrible fight in Postnet when other black people were telling her, no, Luena itute, learn the language and so on. I don't think our problem is Afrikaans, Buti. Our problem is the African languages that we were taught during apartheid. And now we're no longer being taught. When my two boys went to school in Treverton in KZN, I asked them, why don't you do Zulu? I'm not Zulu, by the way, but the area is a Zulu speaking. You know what they were told? There are no teachers to teach Zulu. So we who speak the other languages are fighting for our languages to be taught to our children. Because if they are not taught to our children and we remain with one auntie who has since died, who knows the language, how are we going to revive our languages? I think it's an emotional, what do you call it, leftover to cry about Afrikaans. It's the official language. Go anywhere in South Africa, you'll see English and Afrikaans. Both of them. Go to a government department, the forms are in English and Afrikaans. But how many people actually speak Afrikaans in this country? So that's your homework. Thank you for that one.
Before you proceed, the academic wants to also add.
Okay, I just wanted to also add to this issue of language in our country. We all know the history. Yes, historically, black people oppressed, including their languages. We've just heard about the use of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. In our world today, I think that is still continuing. The oppression of African languages is continuing. I do not agree that Afrikaans is being compromised or watered down or any of that, particularly because when you look at our system, let me give you a very basic example. When we write our exams, there's question papers in English and Afrikaans, but there's no question papers in African languages as yet. And secondly, there's other types of materials being printed in Afrikaans, even on the news, even on social media platforms. There's a lot of information that you can receive as an Afrikaner learner compared to a Setswana or isiXhosa learner, whereas isiXhosa. So I don't want to say that there's equality, that maybe your struggle is invalid. It is valid, but we are all still fighting to rectify what happened in the past, and so we cannot ignore that and say, okay, let's take a pause on that. Because like she said, the RCL leader from Free State, we are carrying over issues from one generation to the next. So, yeah.
Okay, everyone is losing their patience. It's been a bit of a long day. It's almost lunchtime. So in our responses, I don't want us to not do service to the questions, but I want to ask that we answer them holistically as opposed to naming them individually. Don't worry, when I come to you, we'll do a different setup. But I'm just saying for the elders. Ma, I did disturb as you were answering. Are you okay? Do you want to continue?
No, I was going to go to the next one and finish.
Yes, please do finish.
Okay.
If we can finish.
I want to talk to the question which was asked a lot earlier, and then it was also asked again when someone wanted to know how the RCLs can be made more effective. It's quite a generic question in the sense that as humans, we come, with all kinds of attributes. And sometimes we learn those attributes. And I wanted to give an example of when I was at Morris Isaacs. In 74, I was new, but I came to do grade 11. By 75, I was a prefect. Ask me how. Ask me how. Yes. Me and my colleague who was also coming from Lesotho, who didn't want to learn Afrikaans like me, we clubbed together, and then we managed to organize the other classes to support us in our opposition of a lot of things that were happening in the school. One of them was corporal punishment. The other, which I took up personally, was teachers having affairs with students, male teachers having affairs with female students. When I saw that the school was more or less in line with my thinking, I went to the principal and I privately had a meeting with him about what I thought was a problem. And the principal agreed with me that it is a big problem, but as principal, these are his teachers. He cannot approach them directly. So we actually decided with the principal to go to the newspaper, The World, and we talked about it. So what I'm trying to say is look at your attributes, look at what makes you tick, do something about it. You will decide how you do it, but certainly don't die inside. Don't wait for something big to happen. Be the change that you want to be. And this is really not just an adage. It's how life works. Thank you.
Goodness, I have 2 mics with me. There's so many questions that have to do with mistakes. Mistakes of the past and the present mistakes. And the quintiles, is that what it was?
Yes, percentages.
Let me explain to you. I wrote matric in 1974 and end up with what is called an S, school leaving. What is it called these days? You did matric, but you can't go further. An H. Okay. So I went to work as a Bantu male clerk in an insurance company. So for me, the ceiling was here. In my first year of work, I was already hitting the ceiling. So I took myself back to class full time in 76. That's why I was doing matric at the age of 20. Here's what I think I find frustrating and a bit of a mistake with the present generation. A lack of hunger for education and discipline that goes with it. It is not only the department that says you can pass at 30 or 40%, you also accept it. And you also work towards 41%. And if you as students say the school, the education, the department says 30%, but we are going to put 60% as our minimum. And here, look, when we do coaching, we say, what is the picture that you want to see at the end of your journey? And answer these 2 questions. 1, what are the things that you must start doing to realize that picture? 2, what are the things that you must stop doing to realize that picture? And you discipline yourself to do those things that you must start doing, that you must stop doing. Now, if you bring in the culture, you will not blame the teachers and the whatever body. You look at yourself as the answer. And guys, I am not putting butter on your faces. Please accept that the biggest resource you have for your success is yourselves. You complain about resources. I don't know how the RCLs work and so on, but one of the things I'd like to challenge you to do is there are so many companies that are mentioned here. Why don't you find a coach for yourself as a chairperson? A coach. CEOs have coaches, not general managers, CEOs. Why? They find people who will help them to think in a different way. And so It's all about the education of self, the challenge to challenge yourself to do and be better. And your school, without comparing yourself with other schools, you say, how many students passed with a 30%? In my tenure, this is what is going to happen. 60% is the minimum. And how are we going to do it? And you motivate that school towards that. See what happens. See what happens. Resources come second. I hope you hear what I'm saying. Resources come second. And then you can do that. And so that's the mistake that I find with today's youth. A lack of hunger and a satisfaction with mediocrity, I said before. And the mistakes that we made before, really, we succumbed to apartheid for too long. Because our parents told us, Maburu atlale bolai. We were always told that. Don't start. You see where's Mandela? You see where's Zulu? Don't start. Maburu atlale bolai. And fear killed us.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to take the question that says, how can young people move beyond being participants to being co-creators in education? So firstly, I think it's important for you to read. Read and empower yourself with knowledge. Read books by Paulo Freire, Bell Hooks. Read about leaders who put service first, service of people first. Then know the policies and the structures that you operate within. It is important as leaders to be familiar with the policies and the structures that can limit you. Know your rights, but also know your responsibilities. Strengthen your structure as the RCL. Have high discipline, high morale. Make sure that as a unit you are functional. That is your responsibility, as Ntate Jerry has said. Be assertive and confident. Speak when you see something happening, speak. And another thing that I think is important is that you must gather data from other learners and then develop your action plans from that. You don't just lead from what you think. It's important that you hold your meetings with other learners in the schools and ask them what change they want to see in the school, and then based on that, develop your action plans. And this also, I think, answers the question here, what RCLs can do to influence other learners' behaviors. If they see you behaving in a certain way, being united, showcasing high discipline, high morale, I'm almost certain that they will follow suit. Sure. And lastly, there was a question somewhere from here about how can history be used as a tool for change rather than just remembrance. As a history teacher, I can tell you now, it's not just stories. History is actually a call to action. We learn the past so that we know what to do now. So it's important that you look at what was done, like you've been asking, what are their past mistakes, what can we do better? And then, because part of our theme is something to do with purpose, I think when you base your viewpoint of today's reality on the past, you are able to identify those bare minimum gaps that have been left. And whatever bothers you might be pointing you to your purpose. Yes. So as I indicated, it is a call to action so that whatever you identify as being unaddressed or unattended to, you do something about it.
Sure. Tando?
Okay, so I'm also going to answer similar questions to yours. So just to echo on the purpose and those are actually the pillars that we work with in teen identity. It's purpose, belonging, self-worth, and agency. And I think you can use these 4 pillars to influence or show example to the fellow learners at school. And again, I need to tell you this, your work should speak for itself. You only need to be still and let your work speak for itself. And in more people moving from participants to being co-creators, there's a massive difference between active participation and meaningful participation. There may be people sitting on these chairs, they are here, but they do not know the intention of being here. So I think it's important for you to find out your why. And this is the same why that will keep you going and will make you resilient, because the journey to leadership is not easy. It's not an easy journey. So the resilience comes from you remembering that I'm doing this for generational sustainability. I'm doing this for this. I'm doing this for that. So always remember your why and keep it in your heart. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. We're going to hear from the learners. We want to hear from you the most. Go ahead.
So there was a question that was posed, recommendations that I would recommend for the leaders and how they should take responsibility and accountability. Leaders, we are not gods. We are game changers. Education is the most powerful tool you can use to change the world, quoting from the late President, Mr. Rolihlahla Mandela. And also, the most powerful tool in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed, quoting from the late Steve Biko. If you remember your purpose here, then surely you can already see the direction that I'm heading to. Leaders, we should be involved. I'm pleading with our elders that they should involve the learners in RCL meetings that involve the SGB, because the SGB consists of our parents. We may not talk to our actual biological parents, but the parents that are seated there, they could hear our concerns. We should take responsibility for our actions. By doing so, a simple action of boycotting the class as a school, that would grab the principal's attention. I'm not saying it is the right thing, but it is a meaningful impact. Doing petitions, write down that petition, get your leaders, your school involved. If your principal doesn't answer, take it upstairs. We are RCL leaders at provincial level. You started from class, you started from districts, circuits. See the people that you are backing up. You are the voice of the voiceless. Take accountability, keep records, so that one day when this chance is given to you, you submit the evidence. I would like to also answer the question that says the challenges that we face, that the elders don't know, and how they can support us for our leadership skills to be developed. As much as social ills are still existing, like bullying, cyberbullying, and also GBV, but mental issues like depression are taken as a joke. Anxiety is taken as a joke. As much as our parents are aware, but they do not know that we are affected, just because they are also not educated by the symptoms of it. They don't really know that their children have tried multiple times committing suicide in silence. So I believe that if we were to if they would take collaboration with us, and our elders, maybe Hold My Hand has a WhatsApp line. Our parents should be aware that there is a channel that is existing and should be part of that channel also. In the way that they should be aware of, no, my child is going through the most. Instead of me telling my child that you are stupid because you got poor marks, try to understand my child is facing this much and I'm not aware. Thank you.
My dear, you are closing for us. Speak from your heart. Answer all the questions that you would like to answer. Let's give her an encouraging round of applause. Go ahead.
Thank you once again, Program Director. I will most definitely speak from the hearts of those I represent. I will give my attributes to the questions that are asked in the form of a summarized idea. However, it will be very clear to which questions I'm answering to. Gentlemen, you asked and said, what are the challenges that we think that you guys do not know? To be very honest, there aren't any challenges that you do not know. However, an arising challenge that I would like to propose this year in this summit is that we struggle to accept the dummy freedom that is presented to us today and is expected to uphold us as the prosperous people of the future of tomorrow. We still go outside and see all these different problems that affect youth. Stats were given by the Stats South Africa by Q1 of 2026, which stated that about 60.9% of youth in the ages of 15 to 29 are still unemployed. Also, to further justify Mr.'s question here, your question sounds like it carries connotations that are not within favor of young ones, with all due respect. The question that you should be asking is, how exactly do these learners get access to these things that lead them to end up doing the wrong things? They get these access from those that do not want us to obtain the freedom, the prosperity, and the wealth that was once taken from us decades ago. These substances serve as Afrikaans. They serve as the policies that stood against our prosperity back then. That is what you should be understanding. And Miss here asked me, what excites me? I don't see her, but she asked me, what excites me about the youth? Well, it's not about me, but it's about every individual that is in this room and every person that is being represented. And in a brief, what entices us is a government that uses policies paired with effective productivity. We are excited by a system that holds equality high, where some backgrounds don't hold nothing against us, but the matter of choosing a better freedom for one another. We are excited by an economy that implements balance in accomplishing and accommodating to all ethnics in South Africa, in comparison to the problem that was held at stake by the gentleman there, where different languages and ethnics are not freely accommodated in South Africa. We are excited by an education system that does not act with the policies of 1979 by using fees to deteriorate or discourage us to reaching a higher level of education. We are excited by a system that treats youth's matters as a crisis, because we may be 30% of the now, but we are definitely 100% of the future that is planned by the government of today. Thank you.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our panel. Let's give them another resounding round of applause. I'll ask all my panel members to please stand close up and let's get an image of all of you. Let's give them another round of applause. Very, very well done. Photographers, photo op for our panel. We're now getting into those 3-minute speeches by the provincial presidents. They've been preparing, right? Hello? Are you still here? We're getting into the 3-minute speeches. Are the presidents prepared? Okay. Another round of applause for our very beautiful panel. Thank you. Can I ask the colleagues to please help bring back the stage setup as it was, so that our speakers are able to do it with ease? This is how we're going to do it. Hello. Hello. This is how we're going to do it. I'm going to have a timer of 3 minutes. When I do the clock it sound, you are going to hit the tables to tell the speaker that their time is up. Can we try it so I see if you understand? So when I do this, what do you do? There we go. Then the speaker knows that their time is up. Ne? Can we do that? Yeah. Do we have a mic stand? Or are they going to hold it? It's fine. If we don't have, it's fine. Okay, let's get into it then. Representatives of provinces, are you all ready? Are you sure? Let's not hit the tables yet. I'm getting my timer ready so that we are all in order. 3 minutes. Okay, can I please have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to start with the speeches by the presidential candidates of all of the 9 provinces. The first province, in no particular order, that I'm calling to the fore is the province of Limpopo. Let's continue to encourage her as she comes to the fore. Are we ready? There's noise. Why is there noise? Yeah, it's working. Candidate of Limpopo Province, your 3 minutes starts now.
Program Director, thank you for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to observe all protocols. My name is Mavalela Chirofajo, the RCL President of the Limpopo Province. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first highlight that we are gathering in the month of June. And as we gather in the month of June, we are reminded of a group of young, courageous leaders who took to themselves a struggle for dignity, a struggle for equal education, and a struggle for freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, today, 50 years later, we stand at the shoulders of those leaders. Following the 1976 Soweto uprisings, the right to education is now enshrined as a fundamental right according to the Section 29 of our Constitution of South Africa. Since the advent of democracy in 1994, South Africa has undertaken significant legislative reforms aimed at transforming education for the best interest of each and every learner in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, this was done through the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa as well as the South African School Act number 84 of 1996. Ladies and gentlemen, our constitution sought to build an educational system that was founded on the values of our constitution, which are dignity and also respect as well as freedom. But ladies and gentlemen, it is highly important that we realize is that of all these constitutional guarantees and policy guarantees, the realities faced by the learners of this country tells us a different story. We as the learners of this country, 50 years later, we still sit with the question that has much changed. When we as the learners of South Africa, we are still facing systemic barriers that are rooted in the legacy of structural inequality itself. We are facing inadequate infrastructure. We are facing unequal access to education. We are facing inadequate sanitation facilities. And we are also facing the disparities between urban areas and schools in urban areas and schools in rural areas. Yet our the South African School Act number 84 of 1996, ladies and gentlemen, it aims to provide a uniform system for the organization, the funding, as well as the governance of all the schools in South Africa, but yet we are still facing issues such as quintals, which my leader raised, but it was not answered by the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you asking a mandate. I'm not standing before you with a promise to bring change because South Africans have had many changes before. I stand before you asking a mandate to represent, a mandate to amplify the voices of the learners of this country, a mandate for active leadership. Because ladies and gentlemen, I believe that with active leadership, it is then that the problems that are faced by the learners of this country are going to be acknowledged to its pressing peaks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that should I be entrusted with the responsibility of, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give her another encouraging round of applause. The next candidate we're going to hear from is from the province of Northwest. Candidate, your 3 minutes starts now.
They say dynamites come in small packages, and yes, I'm a dynamite. There's an African saying that says a village that does not recognize its youth doesn't deserve its future. I stand before you today because I believe that each and every learner deserves to be seen, heard, valued, and empowered. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angelina Lerato Mokoena, the child ambassador of the Northwest Province, the author of 2 prestigious books, the president of the Northwest Province, and most importantly, a learner who believes that change can be created in negative spaces. I stand before you because I know what is implementation. I do not give empty promises. Instead, I give implementation. I have an initiative that I have initiated early this year. This initiative is bridging the gaps between the communities. It's helping to advance the literacy rates because we know South Africa is one of the countries that are having low literacy rates. And also, my goal is not to serve only the learners within the school premises. My goal is us as the RCL to help the learners in the CYCs, to help learners who are living with disabilities, to help learners in marginalized communities, because I believe those learners are being ignored, but we can see them. As we see them, we should have plans whereby we bridge their problems they are having. And because I am Angelina Lerato Mokoena, I promise to serve with integrity, determination, and dedication as elected. My name is not my name because I am who I am. I want my name to be the children of South Africa. I want when someone to look at me, I want them to say, this is South African child. South African child meeting everyone in the room. Let us rise together, let us work together, and let us make sure that South Africa stays a place where learners learn, where learners improve, where learners change their communities. With that being said, I am a dynamite, and dynamite spark. Amen.
Right on time. The next candidate will come from the province of Free State.
Okay.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings to everyone in attendance. All protocol has been observed. My name is Tato Pearl Mpulenyane. I am the president of the Free State, and I am standing for the position of president. And I'm doing so with the understanding that I'm not standing here in pursuit of a title, but with the understanding that I am taking responsibility. I am going to be accountable for you and those those that I have left and those that you have left behind. The ones that we are going to take a stand for, the ones we are going to fight for in this generation, providing the future for the one that the youth of 1976 was trying to fight for. Looking at the theme and considering what the Minister of Education said, saying the country is ours, it is in our hand to control. What is it that we are doing to ensure that the quality education of the youth of 1976, which they fought for, is actually provided to us? Because we are actually given the education, but without the quality of it. This then takes you to saying we should turn this commemoration of Youth Day into a conversation. Is the mission complete? Are we given the quality education that the youth of 1976 fought for? The communication gaps between the department, the government, to the school level, and to us as learner leaders, are we considered and seen in a structure that we have been accepted to say we are standing here, we are voicing out our concerns? Are they taken into consideration, or we are just standing here because we are a formal structure that has been put into place because of SASA? Today we have to take a stand. We have to build and plan the future that we are going to be part of, that we are going to lead. And it would be an absolute honor to lead the bus of creating the quality education that we still are fighting for, because the mission is not yet completed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We move to the next candidate, who will come from the province of Mpumalanga. Can we encourage them as they come to the fore? Do you want to? No, it's okay. Candidate, your 3 minutes starts now.
History has never been written by the people who were expected to win. However, history has been written by the people who refused to accept that although the odds were stacked against them, they were greater than the potential within them. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable officials from the Department of Education, and members of the House at its largest capacity, I greet you all with purpose and conviction. Standing before you today is a man with unwavering determination, an individual driven by a relentless pursuit of excellence. I go by the name Kamokhelo Mangaliso Mbonani, a determined grade 12 learner and a proud representative of the place of the rising sun, Mpumalanga. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, let us be realistic. Research proves that across our country, learners face challenges that demand more than just empathy. Unsafe schools, crumbling infrastructure, substance abuse, inequality, but most importantly, dreams that are cut short, not by a lack of talent, but by a lack of opportunity. How many more learners must walk to schools, unsafe schools, before we can say enough is enough? How many more brilliant minds must have their futures limited because of circumstances they never created? Exactly. The truth is a painful and unbearable to handle. And that truth is, our country deserves a leader that is willing to be completely selfless. Let it be known, today's election is not about me. It is not about personality. It is not about popularity. However, it is about a decision. Your decision to elect the kind of leadership that you feel our generation deserves. I am not just ready to lead, but I am ready to speak for every learner whose voice has been overlooked for too long. Finally, allow me to leave you all with a reality check none of us can ever begin to ignore. The national president that we elect today will not be judged by the campaign they run, but by the future they will create. I am the kind of leader that will stand with you, that will fight for you, but most importantly, I will win for you. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next candidate we'll hear from is from the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Let's give them an encouraging round of applause. Candidate, your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings to the Minister in absentia, Deputy Director Generals, SGP reps, principals, teachers, educator assistants, learners, and the House at large. I want to begin with the words of the late legend, quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done," unquote. I am Siphokazi Mpanza, and I proudly serve as the KwaZulu-Natal RCL President. These words remind us that the obstacles we face are not the end of our story. They are the beginning of our strength. Many of us look at our lives and think success is out of reach. But Mandela teaches us that even the greatest challenges can be overcome. The turning point comes when you stop letting fear control us and start believing that the impossible can be achieved. I have seen learners who doubt themselves, learners who feel forgotten, learners who silently believe they are not good enough. And I learned one of the strongest things a leader can do is to believe in people before they believe in themselves. When learners feel valued, they change. When they feel supported, they try harder. And when they feel guided, they succeed. Leadership is not about being seen at the front. It is about standing firm when things are difficult, speaking when others are afraid, and carrying the hopes of many learners on your shoulders and choose not to drop them. I lead with responsibility. I lead with courage, integrity, and most importantly, I lead with heart. Because true leadership is not measured by a position or a title. It is not about how powerful your voice is. It is about how many lives you're willing to stand up for and the lives you influence. So I stand here today to encourage you. Do not wait for perfect conditions. Do not doubt your worth. Take action. Work hard on your studies. Build your character and commit yourself to the change you wish to see. Remember this, it always seems impossible until it is done. Let us make the impossible possible together. Thank you. Amandla.
Thank you very much. The next candidate we're going to hear from is from the province of Northern Cape. Candidate, your 3 minutes starts now.
So I'm going to be very short, very interactive, and very impactful. Nothing for us without us. Can we say that together? Nothing for us without us. Can we say it as leaders? Nothing for us without us. Can we say it for the youth of 1976? Nothing for us without us. Greetings everyone present here. I am Thaislan Olaine from a province that pushes for nothing without us that's coming to us or for us. We push to be in the room where our futures are being discussed. We push that wherever a discussion regarding learners take place, we are in that room. And I am Thaislan Olaine, guys. So today I'm going to tell you about pushing for all the no's that the youth of 1976 pushed for. They said no to oppression. They said no to apartheid. They said no to every thing that was bad against them. And today we have the same platform, the same opportunity to say no. But with the resources we have and this platform that we have, we can make our voice louder. So I want you to keep in mind that today we are basically experiencing the same thing. There's no challenge that we are facing that is bigger than the other challenge. So what they faced 50 years ago this month is the same things that we are facing called challenges. And they decided that there's no more going to be rooms that we are not going to be in. Because if I am in a room where my future is being discussed, I won't allow them to disadvantage me. And therefore it is evident that in the rooms that decided Afrikaans to be the medium language of instruction, they were not in that room. They were not there to say this is not what we want, because that's what happened. And then they decided we push and we say no to rooms discussing our future where we are not in that room. How can it be? So today I encourage you, when you do what you want to do as a leader, when you think, how you shape your future, always start as a leader that you encourage yourself and say that there's nothing that can be for me without me. Nothing for us without us. So when you nominate, when you vote, whatever you do throughout the whole conference, start with what they started. If there was ever a discussion for you regarding you and you were not part of it, remember, I stand for nothing for us without us. Can we say it one more time? Nothing for us without us. Nothing for us without us. No to closed doors, no to rooms where our voices can't be heard, but it is about us. I leave you with, remember this, nothing for us without us.
Thank you very much. The next candidate we're going to hear from is from the province of Western Cape. Encourage the candidate. Candidate, you're... Okay. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Goeiedag, Sambonani, good day. Honorable members, distinguished guests, TLOs, and my fellow catalysts of change. What an opportunity and privilege it is to stand before you today. My name is Coden Marley, President of the Provincial RCL of the Western Cape. Today I stand before you not as Coden, but I stand before you as a tool for change, a spokesperson for our learners, a voice for the voiceless. I stand before you today as the Cape Flats learner that struggles to remote to school because of gangsterism. I stand before you today as the KZN learner that doesn't have the necessary resources to be able to fulfill their dreams. I stand before you today as the learner whose right to education is being taken away. Leadership. What does leadership mean to me? Leadership is just not a word. It is a call to action, a call to represent, to serve. And that is exactly what drives me every day. It is the idea of serving others. A personal story. But as a child, I didn't know where I fit in. I didn't know what I was put on this earth to be. Leadership gave me purpose. It gave me the opportunity to be there for others. It gave me the opportunity to lead, to serve. Knowing every day there's people that is counting on me and whose needs need to be met, that gets me out of bed every day and motivates me. As RCLs, we play a pivotal role not only in our schools, but also in our communities and leadership platforms. We have the wonderful responsibility of leading those who is to come, to contributing to positive change. Let us use these platforms. Let us use this gift of leading others, because the quality of our future depends on the quality of our leaders. I'm running for the position of president today. But although I stand before you today, I represent a province full of learners. As a possible nomination for RCL national president, I don't want to give promises, because I believe that action speaks louder than words. But what I do promise is that I will stand for your needs. I will serve you, and I will not be scared to uplift my voice to represent our learners. I believe that we can not only be the leaders of tomorrow, but be the change of today. Thank you. Inkosi. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. We move to the next candidate who will come from the province of Eastern Cape. Candidate. Quiet, please. Candidate, your 3 minutes starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been greeted in English a lot today, but allow me to greet you in my mother tongue, ulimi lomgobo nditsho ndithi inkosi mazolo izixaka zivumile nama ndizubamte ndizawuxaphaxaphisa nje ndixolise usexele kude iqobe iqholo iqobe inqawa siyeqhona kuba ingqele ziqhelile xa ndenje njalo mathi ndiyabhodisa ndinqanga neentsiba zalo. That is simply a Xhosa person being poetic and saying all protocol observed, and greetings to the house at large. Today, I stand before you, humbled by my journey and inspired by your confidence, and ready to serve as your next National RCL President. My name is Lindokuhle Pika, and I hail all the way from the home of legend, that is Eastern Cape. Today, I stand in front of you, not just as a person who simply speaks about leadership, but as a person who has lived leadership. Leadership that began in an ordinary Quintile 3 school with an ordinary grade 9 learner, with a vision, with a dream that the voices of learners ought to be heard. Since 2024, I have been on a mission to ensure that every learner is heard, that every voice of a learner is respected and acted upon. Today, I seek your mandate to take that mission even further. Our generation faces enormous challenge. South Africa has more than 13 million learners in public schools, yet many still face overcrowded classrooms, unequal access to technology, and limited employment opportunities beyond the school gate. That is why my vision is built on 3 priorities. I call this project Aura, but I will just, you know what I'm saying. First one is representation. Second one is accountability. And third is opportunity. Representation, because every learner's voice matters, every learner matters. Whether you come from a rural school in Limpopo, a township school in Gauteng, a farm school in Free State, your voice deserves to be heard at the highest tables of decision making. Accountability, because an RCL should never exist only for meetings and elections. It must be visible, active and responsive. As president, I will champion stronger communication between national and provincial structures so that every learner knows that their concerns are being addressed. Opportunity. As someone who has represented learners on national platforms, participated in G20 education, served in children's advocacy, and won national recognition through environmental awareness, I understand the transformative power of opportunity, because education must prepare us not only to pass examination. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful tool you can use to change the world. But allow me to say, education becomes more powerful when learners are given opportunities beyond the classroom. We must strengthen career guidance. We must also strengthen our career guidance technology, leadership development and digital literacy, and give clear pathways into higher education. The future of learner leadership cannot only be built on promises, it must be built on experience, service and action. I have already demonstrated the courage and the humility to serve and the humility to lead. Thank you.
We have heard from 8 provinces. The next province is the province of Gauteng. Is the representative here? Let's welcome Gauteng province. candidate, your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chairperson, officials of the Department of Education, fellow presidents, delegates of our nation. I am Hope Ramalabela and I am from the Gauteng province. I represent them as their RCL provincial president. Now I say Gauteng not to separate myself from you, but to remind you that in as much as there's a nation, there's my province. And yes, I might have arrived late, but I'm here to be heard. Gauteng has taught me that in one city block, you can find Sandton and Towers and Alexandra Shacks. That in one province, you can find a learner with 3 laptops and 2 kilometers away, a learner sharing a textbook with what? 5 people. Our country is not broken. Our country is unfinished. There's a difference. And by unfinished, I mean our country requires a voice that is going to be heard, a voice that is not afraid of truth, a voice that will stand here today, even after writing a 2-hour, 30-minute LO paper, and still had to prepare for a speech to what? Sell myself to you? No. I'm here to show you why we are meant to lead together. I am here to lead with you, and not beside you, but with you, in front, in the middle, and behind you. That's the kind of leader I am. That's the kind of leaders Gauteng brings up. Now, by Gauteng, you're probably wondering, oh yes, silver spoons, white handles, tablecloths. No. In as much as my province is privileged, I don't have that privilege. And I'm not standing here for you to feel pity for me, no. But I'm standing here so you understand what kind of leader my mom brought up, the kind of leader I'm willing to lead, the kind of leader I want to be. Not the people we see in parliament today. No shame to them. But I believe that our generation has so much better. And that is said, and I'm standing here to say it as a person who understands that our voices are being heard to a certain extent. I'm standing here to you today, and how many people are listening? The thing is, how many people will implement? How many people will identify the issues and find solutions? Instead of just saying, yes, we are hosting national summit, we're hosting a provincial summit, we've came up with so many ideas. Where are the solutions? Who is listening? We're waiting for the right ears. And I'm standing here because I believe in truth. I believe that my province, those people over there believe that I could do it today. I didn't even believe in myself because I saw so many white blazers, I saw badges. But to me, leadership is not about what you're wearing today. Leadership is about where you're taking us tomorrow. So if you hear me, remember my voice. I go by the name of Hope Ramalabela. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from all the 9 candidates. Can we give them an encouraging round of applause? And I know that your stomachs have been grumbling. We are now set to proceed to have lunch. Mpo, where's our lunch? Where's our lunch? Our lunch is going to be downstairs, network, and then we will, okay, they're coming to announce it. Let's give the leadership a nice round of applause.
Can we give our program director a good round of applause? My name is Bundebela. I'm standing for the presidency. I want to challenge every president. There are no 9 provinces, there are 10 provinces. So I represent province number 10. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for us to go and do a refill. Please make sure, number 1, that you do have your token. There's a white token that you were given. Boys and girls, if you don't have, please consult your TLO so that at least we're in a position to assist. Colleagues, can I just talk? If you can just give me your hearing for a second. Thank you. When we leave this podium, we will go towards the reception. There are 2 dining halls at the reception. There's the first door, and there's the one when you just pass the reception, then there's a second door. Initially they had said all our guests and officials are supposed to go to the first door and then lend us to the second door. So it looks like there might be some changes, but nevertheless, this is where we're going to be. So when we get there, Dr. Mutsipe will just indicate whether the officials are going to the second door or to the first door, but all of us, it will be the same direction. So please, when you are going, they might be asking for your token, plus please just give them your token, then you can be ushered and able then to do what you're supposed to do. We want to make this humble appeal. You know yourself, and you know where we're coming from. Cut your cloth according to your size. I'm just going to stop there. Cut your cloth according to your size, so that we don't do unnecessary wastages. That is what we are requesting. When it is time, there will be a bell that will be rung. That will then indicate that we need them to come back. Colleagues, yeah, just a change of plans, Program Director, because they're just sorting out issues there by the kitchen. So we'll then, with this just 7 minutes, while they're trying to sort out, may you just please usher UNICEF, just to ensure that they do it, and then we'll be able then to give direction.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the representatives of UNICEF, as accompanied by Agape Youth Movement, to come give us the RCL Hub 2.0 presentation. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Program Director. I'm so thankful I'm here, but I'm really almost too honored that I'm in between lunch and everybody else at the moment. But thank you so much for inviting me on the stage. I am Hana Yoshimoto. I'm Chief Education from United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. And when we say RCO 2.0, I wanted to start by introducing the Girls and Boys Education Movement. How many of you here know GBEM, heard of it? Maybe even a member? Some of you may have. Okay, so let me, mine's very quick. I was going to present together with Agape, but I believe Agape would present after lunch. Let me just go with mine, where I will just showcase the evolution of our work that we've been doing together with the Department of Basic Education. Okay, here. Very quickly, what is UNICEF? Okay, you understand that it's the United Nations. Yes, we are one of the United Nations organization, international organization out there, formerly called United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. That's the acronym, the initial, but we changed the name. We've heard from Madam Sikoso that you went to New York to the UN to visit this, to claim the situation of South Africa at the time. I'm really honored to meet somebody so courageous. But we were established in 1946, right after the Second World War, to provide relief to children who were suffered from the war, especially in China and Eastern Europe. It was supposed to be temporary, but then after realizing there are so many children globally who are still suffering, we became a permanent member in the 1953. Today we operate in more than 190 countries globally to provide education, health and nutrition, child protection, etc. In South Africa, we were established in 1994 at the dawn of democracy. We're based in Pretoria, and we have really contributed in the development of the Children's Act in South Africa, and this push to really say that children does have the right, and not just privileged children, but all children in the country. So I represent the education team. I'm the head of education at UNICEF South Africa. I wanted to introduce a little, oh, by the way, who's a Korean pop music fan here? K-pop fans? Any of them? Yes, yes. BTS is our global ambassador. Thank you very much. From South Africa, the national ambassador is the former rugby player, Tendai, the Beast. Yes, yes, he's our national ambassador, so there you go. All right, so our office have been working with the Department of Basic Education and key partners like Agape on an initiative called Girls and Boys Education Movement. The purpose is for as a social movement for youth and young children to have a voice and to serve as a change maker within school but also outside. Very much similar to RCLs in a way. We focus on objectives like the peer-to-peer education, how influential you each are, than say adult coming into the classroom and telling you what to do. No, it's more powerful when you do it within yourselves. Life skills, core competencies. When I say core competencies, I mean things like the soft skills, the creativity, critical thinking, resilience, self-management, perseverance. Dr. Jerry mentioned earlier about perseverance, the self-management. Knowledge that we learn now, and especially the tech and the programming and all these things that we are told it's relevant today, it's going to be old tomorrow. We know that. But what stays and what really pushes you in the future are these transferable skills, the competencies, the critical thinking. So these are the things that we try to push through our activities, the youth leadership, social cohesion, etc., active citizenship. And also the key aspect is, we know the life orientation subject was revised. It has a lot of different emphasis, like the climate change, the entrepreneurship, the life skills included. What we want is through GBEM, we want to strengthen the in-class learning through extracurricular activities. I'm in education, but I was never like a good formal learner. Like I'm not very good with the blackboard at the front end textbooks. I'm not one of those. I'm an experiential learner. So if I experience, it gets to me. So likewise, the extracurricular activities is targeted to really strengthen what you saw in your textbooks. The target beneficiaries are school-going teenagers from 12 to 18. The beauty of this and what I love is that we leverage the alumni. We call them GBEM alumni between the ages of 19 and 35. They come back as facilitators or trainers. Okay, next slide. Just a very quick evolution. The Girls and Boys Education Movement, it was initially just focusing on Girls Education Movement, GEM. It has a continental route. It was initiated in Uganda and was presented during the Pan-Africa Conference in 2001. 2002 is when the Girls Education Movement was introduced in South Africa. 3 provinces, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Limpopo delivered it. And then in 2003, the DBE formalized it as a national initiative and officially launching it in Parliament. And UNICEF provided support for this process. 20 years after that, why just girls, right? boys also. It became girls and boys education movement to really emphasize and promote this mutual respect and shared responsibility, irrespective of the gender. Today we have about GBEM in 2,500 public secondary schools, which is about 40%, I think, of all secondary schools in the country, 9 provinces, and it's not just UNICEF that support GBEM work now, but we directly support about 55 learners. The key milestone or key opportunity happened last year. Last year, it was officially agreed that GBEM will fall under the responsibility of RCLs. So that, for us, I am extremely excited. There's a lot of potential in working with you. The next slide, just some of the key things that we as an output, like goods. The first one, the Sports for Development related to climate change. The 4 movers forum are the newsletters. Next slide. Okay, when it comes to GBEM activities, it could be through camps, sports, it could be through debate, events, campaigns, etc. And it's been quite successful because it's contextualized to the local situation. It's very flexible, it's extracurricular. So it's been working very, very well. Some of the key issues we all know that we deal with, new topics are coming up. Climate, it's already embedded. AI literacy. I mean, whether we like it or not, AI has come and it will continue to influence our lives in the future. From a young age, we do need to know how to use a tool well, how to protect ourselves well. Entrepreneurship as well. These are the bottom 2 are some of the things that still conceptualized now, but hope to deliver in the near future. Next slide. Just an organogram, just to show that our GBEM does fall under RCL. I'll skip to the next slide. Now, this is where I get excited. So now that Girls and Boys Education Movement falls under RCL, this is UNICEF saying it. It's not necessarily what DBE is saying it, but it's something that me as a lead in the education sector from UNICEF want to do in the next 5 years. GBEM falls under RCL. RCL exists in all schools nationwide, right? So the scale of the work that we can do, there's an exponential expansion of the reach. I love that. Enhance the governance structure. So together with Agape, actually, right now, we're working on strengthening the governance. Okay, how do you manage GBEM to start off with? But how should the RCL function even more effective than before? So we're doing some trainings, we're coming up with some tools that you can all access in the coming months. Elevate the functionality. Some of you mentioned we're not recognized very well. And we do also aware, because I actually didn't know RCLs existed until a year and a half into my life in South Africa. I've been here for 4 years now. I didn't even know, because it's not a structure that all countries have. I think South Africa is quite progressive in that sense, that there is such a structure called RCL. But even the function, I am aware that some RCLs function better than others, some maybe because of resources issue, it doesn't quite have that impact. So we shouldn't have that differences across different schools, so we want to help. We also want to introduce cross-provincial network and communication. Okay, you are all seated in different round tables based on provinces, but do you know what the other tables are doing at schools? You might actually get some good ideas. Oh, I'm doing this at my school, and try to introduce that at your school, for example. Some things could be very easy to deliver. So we want to, together with the DBE and partners, we'll introduce some tools that's easy to use for you to leverage. Link with other networks and opportunities. As you all know, there's a lot of organizations supporting youth because of their unemployment issue. There are a lot of skilling what we call short-term micro-credentials, short-term courses, certificates, etc. Some are actually good for RCLs. Why not? But then you just simply don't know that information. We hope to use the tool that we said to expose you to more different opportunities and even job shadowing, mentoring programs that UNICEF provide. Why are we not linking you all to that, for example? Enhance alumni loyalty. Okay, this is something that I think it's a low-hanging fruit if it's done well. I have a number of former RCLs working at UNICEF office in Pretoria. They are all proud that they're RCLs. But then, how's the alumni network? Like those who graduated from a university, we have our alumni network, don't we? And it's that loyalty that brings alumni back to investing back to the current RCLs. You talked about resources. You talked about certain ideas that need to be done. Why don't we get the alumni to help us? They were you in the past. And it's that loyalty. And I think it's something that would be good. GBEM alumni, those that are really serving back as instructors and trainers, serving really well. I think we can do that with RCLs as well. We can brand it well, you know. So these are the 6 things that I sort of envision to work on with you, with the DBE and partners for the coming 5 years. I will stop here, and our partner Agape will present more on the specificities of what we've been doing in the past few months after lunch. Thank you so much, and enjoy the food.
Let's consolidate that learners and TLOs. Okay. UNICEF, thank you. Boys and girls, TLOs, when we get into the reception, the first door, this is where you'll be getting in. Officials and partners, pass the reception desk. In that passage, it will lead you to your restaurant. Bon appetit.
the Ekurhuleni region. Mine is a simple task to outline the nomination process. It is common course that before every elections, there's candidate nominations. So we are on that process. Before lunch, your colleagues were doing their presentation, and it is from those people that we will nominate. We understand that there are 6 positions open for contestation, and the positions are as follows: the president, deputy president, secretary, deputy secretary, treasurer, and PRO. Hey, there's many R's, ne? So we will hand each province a pack of 6 nomination forms for each position. The provinces will nominate according to their wishes for each position. If the province feels they want only to nominate for 3 positions, that is also allowed. So the nomination form will require the nominator to nominate by completing their names and surname, the province from which they come from, and append their signatures, then put the name they are nominating. This name must be seconded by 2 different provinces, and each seconder will complete their names and surname, the provinces they come from, as well as their signatures. The second seconder will also do the same. At the last part of the form requires the nominee to accept or decline the nomination. The nominee can only accept up to 2 positions or portfolios. You cannot accept more than 3 positions. So you will declare that you accept or decline and append your signature on the form. I must mention that the form that is not duly completed will be disqualified. Once the provinces are done with the nominations, they will deposit their nominations in the box that will be provided. IEC, can you show the box? Please bring it forward. So you will deposit your nominations in that box. We'll give you an hour to finish. What time is it now? Mekwala doesn't have a watch. 3:30. The nominations will close at 4:30. If your nomination is not in the box by 4:30, we say tough techies. Thank you kindly. Or do you have questions? Sure. Are you sure? Please issue the forms. Provinces, please lift your hands so that you can receive the forms. 1 form per province, like 1 set. 1 set has 6 positions.
One, two. All right, in the absence of questions, we're going to continue. The box will be here or at the desk at the back? Mama? All right, the box for the nomination forms will be at the IEC desk at the back for the deposit of the nomination forms. To colleagues, shower. Can we refrain from noise because these are important announcements.
All right, one of our values at the IEC is transparency. So to ensure transparency, when we go into count the nominations and tally them, we request observers. Observers should be people who have no interest in these elections, like our stakeholders. So, rekopa the stakeholders to be observers. You can go to the IEC table to complete the register of observers. We'll brief you when we are starting the process, just before we start the process. Thank you.
I think we have one question. Don't open a can of worms.
Oh, I wanted to ask, are we allowed to nominate for our own province, or we all have to nominate for different provinces?
Personal choice. You nominate whoever you want. Right, you can see the box is empty, ne? You can see, it's empty, ne?
Like this.
Empty. Empty.
I can confirm I don't see anything in there. All right, colleagues, just to also re-emphasize, the process for nomination election is entirely a learner session. We ask officials and those who direct to refrain from influencing this process. Learners do not allow adults to influence a process. I can learn nothing about us with us and them. Well, what did you say? There was someone who was saying nothing about us without us. So nothing about you with them. I come with and you say nothing about us with them. I am not sure. You're not sure. You guys. So you've caucused, Angir. You've discussed. Don't raise your hand. What's the problem? Okay, it's fine. They forgot the names of president. Ne? If you don't know who the president's name, just vote for me. Ne? The name is Tabang, the name is Bebe. Agape Youth Movement, the 10th province of DBE. We're going to display the names and the pictures of all the 9 different presidents. I don't know how. We'll display them there. I trust the media team. And then you will be able to see them. But you are allowed to send someone from your group to that person while things are happening, ne? In an orderly manner. Preferably send your president so he can go lobby. Yeah, so you're allowed to move around, go outside, but not like as a group. 2-2, 1-1, one president from there, caucus another one. You're allowed to do that, ne? But in an orderly, uninterruptive manner. Okay, are you ready for a play? Who's ready for a play? Don't come, guys. They're not ready. Are you ready for a play? Guys, don't be nervous. It's just elections. How? I know you have ambitions, but it's not that deep. I lost elections, but look at me now. I'm here. So it's not. You move on. Life after power. Those people are begging 2 rands. No, it's fine. Yeah. All right, colleagues, let's welcome the IEC's theater performance. Let's give them a round of applause as they go to the front. Round of applause for the performance.
Tima man. Oh, Tima. Edison Muniz. Mama kupa twere mia kuma. Sister bona sana. Twere mia kuma. Utara fela. Ya, twere mia kuma. Utara fela sana. Bazalwane babarategang ko moreneng. Ngithi bazalwane abathandekayo. Bazalwane babarategang ko moreneng. Ngithi bazalwane abathandekayo. Those who know me beautiful. Laba abamaziyo. They call me Pastor Blesser. Bambisu Pastor Blesser. Even though I don't have enough cash. Njengoba engenalutho to bless you all. Yokulblessa. To bless you all, but I'm willing to bless you with the word of God. Amen. Amen. Nothing much, nothing less. Nothing much, nothing less. In the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, it talks about leadership. Let us not become weary in doing good. For at the proper time, we shall reap harvest if we do not give up. Amen. Amen. Bazalwane, let us nurture this democracy. Let us protect this democracy. In doing so, at the proper time, we shall reap harvest if we do not give up. Amen. Amen. Bazalwane, we must pray for our leaders. We must pray for our political parties to unite. Let every citizen wake up to exercise his democratic right to vote for any leader or any political party of his choice. Ask yourself, what type of a leader you want? What type of a political party you want for your country? I know that some of you are going to vote for a leader because of they are your cousins. Some of you are going to vote for a political party because of they are your relatives. I don't want to mention Valikani Valley. Bazalwane, ke ba hlolobotsa nnete e tletse. For some of you are going to vote for a leader because of he's going to take you off the power. Some of you are going to vote for a political party because of they're going to take your life to a better. Bazalwane, I don't have answers. It is a democratic right to vote for any leader or any political party of your choice. All I can say, please come in numbers on election day. It is the right thing to do. Please, let's do it for the women of 1956 who said, enough is enough. They were paving a way for you to participate in this democracy. Remember, you need to register before you can vote. The answers, Bazalwane, are blowing in the wind. In the name of our Father, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Amen. Amen. Mdleke khawuleza manje siba lento emsebenzini. Akena lo wena bra. Hayi Mdleke manje. Ungangishiye man. Siyaphansi manje emgodini. Ungashiye. Woza phansi. Kwathi wena uyashesha mfethu. Acha. Ya. Apho.
Woza baba siyaphezulu man.
Yeah. Usikatata ntate man. Usikatata mfethu. Ikamuraba.
Woza mdletshe hayi man mdletshe. Hawu ilifti yambalo mdletshe man. Hawu seli ngomzuzu owodwa.
Yeah.
Woza mdletshe.
Nawe mngani wami.
Yaswalela mdletshe.
Nawe mngani wami.
Woza mdletshe. Woza mdletshe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hayi. Hayi mdletshe. Hayi. Mina ngikhathele le ndaba yakho. Hawu ukuthi njalo mesize emsebenzini kumele sigijime. Hayi mdletshe.
Ayifuna ukungibona.
Hawu. Uyabona mdletshe? Uyabona mdletshe mawuzapha emsebenzini. Yes, you must run. You must run to exercise so that you are fit at work. Phela mdletshe, with construction work, baba, la siyabuya la. La you must eat healthy. No alcohol at work and you must quit your smoking. Then uzobona mngani wami, all your hypertension, high blood pressure and fatty problems will all be gone. Phela mdletshe.
Yeah.
Phela mdletshe, we don't want you to die young Fanagiti. We still want your vote. And your vote matters, Baba. Woza 2026 local government election. Woza Baba, so sebenza Baba. Obamfika nti. Hawu, ungazohlala la mdletshe. Hawu, ungazomhlala la. Hawu. Hey mdletshe, mina ngikhathele wo. I'm sick and tired of you, man. Every time I'm looking for you at the workshop, Icon, you are not there. When you are busy talking to that lady at the kitchen, knowing very well that she is married, man.
Mahlokovu man. Hey, when Ngovu man. I told you that me and that lady, we are not in a relationship. The poor lady was just reminding me that today our local IEC officer will be coming to teach us more about the 2026 local government elections. Hey, Mahlokovu, we have to participate in this coming election Mkanwam, by voting so that our voice can count. You remember during elections, we lost a few of our brothers and sisters due to service delivery protest. Some were even arrested, Demebra. Bo Isaiah, Executive Shabalala. How many times, Mahlokovu? How many times we've been calling our local council to come and help us to fix this electricity and water, so that we can finish with this construction of community school on time. This time, no more service delivery protest. We have to use the power of our vote. Our vote is our voice. No go bzerile mashaka. Narukulabeka kore mina. Nawe ivule political party ya yena. We have to open our own political party to contest the 2026 local government elections. Nakobzela mashaka. All this nonsense will end. Now, Mahlokovu, just mind your own business and let's focus on fixing this bulb. I told you about this bulb many times, man. Stop being reckless and negligent. If load shedding can start anytime from now, this place is going to explode, Baba. Boom! Now, wear this and let's focus on fixing this.
Load shedding, this and that, and political party election, this and that. Load shedding, elections, I don't care. I don't care. Pelawena, you know very well that I've been working in this construction industry for 10 years. 10 years, Mdletshe. Okay, Mdletshe, tell me now, what do you know when I'm load shedding, elections, and explosions? No, Mdletshe, don't tell me about elections. Hey, izinto zama politicians ezo. Oh. Mdletshe.
Yeah.
Wabona lesi shakunhlawulo nakuvota. Ikuti jelankari. Ikuti jelankari.
Njani manje?
You see, all these elections and voting is just a waste of time. They were developed by politicians to create extra work and up and down. Hey, Baba, don't tell me nothing. No load shedding or power will explode, man.
Hey, Mahlokovu, look, the bulb is
Mdletshe. Ukuphi Mdletshe? Angisaboni Mdletshe. I can't see.
Madlokovo. Madlokovo, man. Awena, you don't listen, man. Remember, we are all leaders. Democracy is about the power of the people and about people governing themselves. If we fail to own our own democracy, power will explode right in front of our eyes. Open your eyes, Madlokovo. Let's all be responsible leaders and strive for a better life for our communities, man.
Mdletshe. My name is Kethani. I'm a gent ekasi. Mawudlala ibola. Mawangibona athi Kethani Kethani. But he choose my kettle. They fight over me because I have power to choose the future that I want for myself and for my country. You see, in the next coming local government elections, I will be voting for the first time. Exercising my democratic right to vote for a leader and a political party of my choice. Now wena unamatimba yohlawula, unamatimba yovota, adirise. You have the power to choose and to vote. Use it. To know more about democracy and voter education, visit IEC at www.elections.org.za. IEC, a permanent body established by the Constitution of South Africa to promote and safeguard democracy in South Africa. Now, as we marked 30 years of democracy, rohumbura vana na bafumakazi vane vasashabi chipi. We remember fearless men and women who ushered in our democratic dispensation in 1994. Tuhang, wake up, asivugeni ngo-2026, sisebenzise ithuba esilinikwe ngamaqhawe wethu, awalwela inkululeko kanye nedemokrasi yethu. Let's all register to vote, Mzansi, on the 1st and the 2nd of August 2026. Get up, show up, vote.
Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be.
Now I see and I know the importance of taking leadership and registering to vote. Thank you, Mdletshe, for opening my eyes. From today, I will make sure I participate in the election to choose a leader or a political party of my choice. Hey, Baba, even when I get home, hey, everyone to be responsible citizens and safeguard our hard-earned democracy. Now, Mdletshe, Ganda is coming to clear this site of construction. After that, we are going to eat. Then after, we are going to gather our fellow workers and peers to teach them about the importance of voting in 2026 local government election.
Hey Baba, asebenza.
Kethani Kethani! What's up? Anyamvuma mfanai. Ay. Anyamvuma Uganda. Awesha anto yakhe ba. Ay. Just Hayi. Hayi indlala bangulaka.
Yeah.
Hayi indlala bangulaka bafu.
Hayi kuzwakele.
Hayi kuzwakela bafu. Hey. Awuthatha ucezwana bafu, awuthatha ucezwana, awuthatha ucezwana.
Amonate magwinya mabiza. Otriko. Otriko.
Man. This song. This song reminds me the first time Kikopana li Maria.
Yeah.
Here go 115. That time sasinga mapopodlwana. Emuhle ephupuzela umoya. I wena mfanaka awutsibi focus. You know that can. I still remember Kimpona after Mona. Bopilong Hospital. That walk. Yeah? That walk. That walk. That walk. Naomi Campbell. Jesus. Maria. 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 Maria.
She said that's the way it ought to be.
Maria. Maria.
Maria. Man.
It's all gone now, Mdletshe. The music is over. I killed her. I killed Umaria with 8, Mdletshe. Ngimbulele Umaria ngingculaza, Mdletshe.
Khululeka mngani wami. Konke kuzolunga.
Kanjani, Mdletshe? Kanjani? How many times they've been teaching us about practicing safe sex and condomizing? God, I didn't listen. I didn't want to use protection. I thought not using protection, it means I am a man. Now Maria is gone. And me too, Mdletshe. I'm leaving, Mdletshe. I've been working all my life so that my children could get a better education. Unlike me, Mdletshe. Zizoyaphi ingane zami? Ubani oyinakekela ingane zami, Mdletshe? Tell me. Tell me. Mdletshe, even our local government hospital couldn't save her either. It has collapsed. No medication, no treatment facilities, nothing. Mdletshe, nothing. Now it's our time to take charge of this democracy, to own it, and to protect it.
Loosen up, my friend. Wena, tsamaya. Uye ko tlametse o thole thuso ko teng. Ga o fetsa thola thuso, o nke medication. Then everything shall pass, my friend. Just loosen up, man. Loosen up, man. Loosen up.
Man, Mdletshe.
Baba, asebenze.
Khethani, khethani, wasa.
Para be, bora be, cha, bora be.
Emplet. Emplet.
Iya baba.
Kungang mo. Kungang mo.
Ah, kuno ka magwenya ma.
Ay man, Mdletshe, you were smoking, Mdletshe. And what's that? You don't smoke in this area. Usaskulisa usifakele i-TB, man. Hawu. Hawu. Mdletshe.
Yeah.
Ungakhohlwa phela mfethu ukuthi sibize abasebenzi. Sizobatshela phela ngale ndaba le ebalulekile yama-elections.
Uwopile khomo le naka mona.
Mdletshe, wabona nina mfanaka. During the last election, hey, I've made a big mistake. Hey, I've voted twice for 2 candidates in the same ballot.
Ah, mfana maybe when I now look at it was worse. I voted twice for 3 different candidates on 1 ballot. Why is it by visa a spoiled vote or a spoiled ballot? Now you are right, my friend. Let's go and talk to the workers as Shonekon.
I am Shonekon.
Just Baba, comrade. Baba.
Viva IEC, viva!
Viva!
Viva democracy, viva!
Viva!
Phambili to free and fair election phambili! Phambili ngevoti yakho phambili! Savota ngo-2026 savota! Savota ngo-2026 savota! Get over to you.
Thank you, leadership. Compatriots, you heard our leaders from IEC talking about the importance of safeguarding and owning our own democracy. Let's all be responsible citizens and wake up on election day to exercise our democratic right to vote.
Yes, compatriot, let's participate in our democracy by voting in 2026 local government election. Let's all vote Mzansi, just like Khethani. Choose my Khethela. You have the power to choose a leader or a political party of your choice. Your vote is your voice. Khethani, let's all vote Mzansi.
And remember, anyone with the age of 18 and above who has registered to vote is entitled to vote. And who vote, who is applying bafethu. You must apply for a registration in person and be a South African citizen and possess a green bar-coded identity document or smart card, dilo tsa kajeko, or a temporary identity certificate. And then born, if you don't have time to visit the IEC offices Oscar Wara, don't worry. Just visit the IEC website at registertovote@elections.org.za. I repeat. Register to vote at elections.org.za. It is easy and convenient. Get up, show up, vote. Let's register and vote in numbers in 2026 local government elections. Hey, Mzansi, let's all vote.
Khethani, Khethani!
Africa, Kale Uluzi Haya, Samayalo Ipatlela Sabo Pilo, Tuha Uike Zizi.
them another round of applause. Aye. Don't be jealous. You can do better than that. That was such an exciting play. Beautiful to watch. So we have put up the candidates' names on the front so that if you don't know their names, you can copy them from there. Their names, provinces, and beautiful picture is there. I see a lot of people moving around. From now on, I'm only going to allow presidents to move around. Your province must give you a mandate, you move around alone. Because I don't want people moving around here. Then Garakis Paza shop. So without wasting any further time, I'm going to call Agape Youth Movement to come and present the Hub version 2. The Hub, they'll tell you more about it, what it is, what it does. Maybe Teze can introduce it while they set up. Okay, let's give them a round of applause. Colleagues, IEC asked for partners. Partners are people that don't work for DBE, are not a TLO official or a learner. You are a partner if you are not in those three categories. Please, we need volunteers to be observers. People with no interest in the outcome of the elections. I mean, I've got direct interest because I'm contesting as candidate 10, so I can't be an observer there. So partners are non-officials of the department and learners. So please go and volunteer to be an observer. We need you to sign there. Over to Agape Youth Movement. Oh, Lerato's here. Let's give a round of applause.
Dumelang. How are we sleeping? Is it post-lunch fatigue? Dumelang. Lekai. Regona. I know Tabang introduced me as Lerato, but my name is actually Mama Budusha Wagatema. I am the founder of Updefine, which is a data strategist company. I am here with Agape as their digital partner, and I'm one of the developers of the new RCL Hub. I don't know if you'll be able to feed the slides. Thank you so much. How many of you have used the current RCL Hub? Show of hands. Okay, not too bad. And how many of you have given your input on what you want the new RCL Hub to look like? Okay, great, perfect. Then I'm in the right room because apparently I need to teach you guys how to code so that you can do it yourselves. Isn't that exciting? I'm kidding, that's a joke. I'm here to actually take you through the new RCL Hub, which is a platform that we've designed to showcase a reimagined learner leadership platform. What the current platform does is give learners information and tools that they can use to participate in their current leadership structures. The new RCL Hub is envisioned to not only give knowledge and information, but to enable the learners to both participate in real activities that have real impact within their communities, within their schools, and make that participation visible. The big name in this new reimagined leadership platform is gamification. So we are all about tracking who's participating on the platform, what are they doing, and not only doing that, but awarding the learners for participating on the platform, be it with points or badges. So that is the main drive for this new platform. Next slide, please. Right, so these are the core things that the new platform is going to partake in. The key here is to make the leadership journey as visible as possible. We are talking about leadership development, participation, real-world impact, recognition, and accountability. Real-world impact, that's a really important one because I've been sitting here since the morning. I've listened to the campaigns, and the biggest issues that have been raised have been heard. This room is filled with very important stakeholders, but imagine a world where you as RCL leaders can go and put your proposals on an application that goes all the way to the Department of Basic Education's office. So not only are you standing in front of them today and giving your opinions and addressing issues that impact you in your communities, in your schools, but you can actually go onto the platform and raise your issues about a lack of textbooks in your schools, and that will be seen by Tsetse from Agape, by the minister, and they can be able to address your issues. Not only are you sharing your stories and your challenges in your schools, but imagine a platform that allows you to see what the Northwest is going through, what Mpumalanga is going through, what Gauteng is going through. Imagine a platform that allows you to have shared issues, shared leadership journeys, shared ideas, and shared solutions. That is what this leadership platform is about. Next slide, please. So this is the new leadership journey on the platform. The first element being learning. So if you participated in the current platform, you'll know there's lessons that you can take, and then there is a quiz that you can take. We've elevated that a bit, just by a notch. Instead of making the quizzes similar across all learners, you are now going to get randomized quizzes. So you're not going to get the same questions as the next learner. That is not done because we think you guys are copying or whatever, but it's just done to ensure that we are able to test knowledge and understanding across different learners and leaders, but also to enable you to think differently and to see how other learners or leaders are thinking differently. The next level is application. So this is where you'll be able to demonstrate to us your ideas, your initiatives that you're doing at school. So imagine a platform where you are protesting. I saw one of the learner leaders was leading a march on one of her PowerPoint presentations. Imagine a platform that allows you to upload that onto it, and people can see it. Your TLOs can see it. The DBE can see it, Agape can see that, UNICEF can see that Mama Vudu Shawara Temakos Shiro is busy leading a march. Imagine a platform that allows you that level of visibility. The next stage is paying forward. Now this is where real leadership comes into play. We are not only designing this platform to share ideas and knowledge, but it's designed to ensure that you have the tools you need to actually participate in your communities, to not only lead within your schools and communities, but to pay forward. So be it participating in community outreaches or volunteering at a clinic or nearby hospital, and you'll be able to upload videos or images or even just a written testament of what you've done. And the nice aspect about this element is that your TLOs will get visibility of that. They'll be able to see what you've uploaded, and they'll be able to confirm that yes, Matsitsibale has been volunteering at a school, at a clinic, at a hospital nearby. And at the end of that, you will earn recognition. You guys are wearing badges today. I see a lot of people are wearing blazers filled with badges. Imagine a platform that awards you for being a participative leader in your community, in your school. That is what this platform aims to do, to ensure that learners are able to participate in governance, and not only do that, but they are recognized for their participation. Next slide, please. So getting to the platform, this is how the new RCL Hub will look like. I really like the look and feel of this, not to throw shade to the previous platform, but I'm really, really liking the look and feel of this platform. So the initial page will follow the same sort of pattern as the current RCL Hub. You'll create an account and we'll be able to link you to your province, your district, your school. But there's an element of safety and guardianship that the platform is going to engage in. So instead of just adding somebody's email and cell phone number and claiming that you're a parent, we now require a name and relationship to that person. Next slide, please. Then once you have created an account and you start participating on the platform, this is how it will look like. This is your dashboard as a learner leader. You will be consuming content. Let's say you've taken a lesson on female leadership, and if you haven't had the time to complete that lesson, the platform will show you where you left off on that lesson. And once you've done that, it will allow you to get some points based on how far you've gone in the lesson. Not only does the platform allow you to do that, you'll be able to schedule meetings on the platform. And this is not limited to district, school, or provincial level meetings. If you are a learner leader and you are participating in different structures, you will be able to schedule meetings within those different structures. So don't think you're limited to setting up meetings with people at your school. You can set up meetings with people you participate in leadership structures with at the provincial level, at the district level, whatever the case may be. And if there's committees that you've started at school and you're a prefect and you have access to the platform, you can also schedule meetings on the platform. And this is the one aspect I think that's been talked about a lot today, and they've just done a skit about voting, the importance of voting. The platform will now allow learner leaders to propose issues and to allow other learner leaders to vote on those propositions. Your vote will be anonymous, but everybody will have visibility of what people are voting for or against on the platform, at the end of which you will earn points and badges as always. So that is the main drive of this platform. Next slide, please. So this is your learning journey. The journey is knowledge, application, paying forward, and then earning a reward at the end of it. So once you've completed a lesson, you'll apply your knowledge with a quiz. You can upload resources or evidence of any work you're doing within your communities, and the platform will award you for that work. And I know Zeta has been talking about actually getting physical rewards for the learners, and I know a lot of other learners have brought it up in discussions, so that is something that we're looking into. Not only will you be rewarded on the platform, but you'll also get some physical rewards. Next slide, please. This is just the quiz that I was talking about. As I've said, this is going to be randomized, so you'll do a lesson. Once you've completed your lesson, you'll get to do a quiz. It will be around 5 to 10 questions, randomized questions, at the end of which you will then be given points. So if you got 10 out of 10, 6 out of 10, whatever the case may be. Next slide, please. Now this is the application that I've mentioned previously. So learners will be able to reflect on real leadership situations and be able to upload written submissions, and those will go through a review process by the TLOs where they'll be able to approve whatever submissions that you've uploaded on the platform. Next slide, please. Again, with the paying forward, this is where you can upload video links. So if you've been doing a lot of work within your communities, within your school, if you've written a book, whatever the case may be, you can upload a video link, photos, PDFs, whatever other links onto the platform. And we'll get to see what you're doing within your communities, and you'll be rewarded for that. Next slide, please. these are the rewards. So once you've gone through all the 3 stages, you've gone through the knowledge stage where you've done the lessons and the quizzes. You've gone through the application where you've done real world impact within your communities and your schools. And then there's the level of paying forward. Then you get rewarded with points and badges. Next slide, please. Now this is fun, healthy competition. Now imagine a platform that allows you to see where you rank in the country across all the learners that are participating on the RCL Hub. So if you are completing quizzes, consuming your lessons, paying forward, doing your application levels, you will be ranked according to the points that you've accumulated within your school, within your district, within your province, and nationally. So this is just to encourage some friendly competition across the learner leaders. Next slide, please. This is just to go back to the proposals element. Like I've said before, the learners will be able to create proposals. You will be given a structure on the platform on how to draw up a proposal, after which you'll be able to draw up your own proposals, upload them onto the platform. Your TLO will then go and review that proposal, approve it. Once it's approved, it will be accessible to everybody within your leadership structure, and people will be able to vote for or against your proposals. Next slide, please. This is just how you go about creating a proposal. So you'll just add the title, library Saturday hours, you choose a category, academic support, and then you give your motivation, and then you state if there's any costs related to your proposal, and then you submit. Easy as that. All right, next slide, please. Scheduling of meetings. So like I've said previously, you'll be able to go onto the platform, you'll set up a meeting, and other learner leaders will be able to say whether or not they can make it to your meeting. And obviously there has to be a level of consensus to make a meeting, but those are RCL structure rules that I think everybody is aware of. Next slide, please. Giving the learners the voice. This is a really beautiful element about the platform, and I really love this element because this was not a developer idea. This was an idea that was brought to us by Matsetsebale from Agape after having, I think was it a workshop with the learners, and some of the learners said they would want to put their stories onto the platform to show work that they're doing within the community, or just share their experiences as learner leaders within their school structures, or even up to national level. So we've added an element to the platform that allows you to write an article that will be accessible to everyone who's on the platform. So be it UNICEF stakeholders, be it DBE, be it a learner leader in Mpumalanga or Gauteng, you will be able to write an article that will go through an approval process, after which it will become available on the platform, and everybody will hear your story and your voice. And of course, I know everybody's tired right now and my words are just going through one ear and out the other, but this is an important part of the platform, the daily motivational quotes. So every day when you log onto the platform, it will give you a quote to carry you through the day. This quote says, "Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu." I am because we are. The codes will be randomized. You'll get a different code each day, and you'll be able to share the codes from the platform onto other social media platforms if you wish to. And the nice thing about this is you can also suggest a code. So you just need to log onto the platform, you go suggest a code, you add whatever code you want to be on the platform, and it will be accessible to everybody on the platform. And maybe tomorrow, when Mama Budisha logs onto the platform and she's having a really, really bad day, she'll get to see your code, and that will get her through the day. So yeah, that is the Learner Leadership Platform, the reimagined RCL Hub 2.0, and I truly, truly hope that everybody's gonna enjoy using it, and I hope to see your journeys and to track you through the platforms as we go through it. Thank you so much.
One, two. The previous speaker hit the mic. I had to look for it. We're going to move on to the next session, but before we do that, IEC said there's 5 minutes left for nominations form to come in. Bakopela extra time. All right, we're going to take a 5 minutes break. You've got 5 minutes. There's tea. Let's go. 5 minute break. There's tea at the back. Finish those nomination forms. We are not in parliament. There's no point of order here. Can we take a 5 minute break to wrap up?
We were told not to move around, and then we were told there's 5 minutes left.
Guys, there's 5 minutes left until I say otherwise. So use it wisely instead of complaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, guys. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. If your nomination form is not in, hey, you don't matter. You are disqualified. You have 3 minutes left before past. Make it quick. Make it quick, make it quick. Two minutes. One minute left, guys. If past, please submit your forms. You have 50 seconds left. 30 seconds remaining. You must be creative. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 25 seconds remaining. Hurry up, guys. 25 seconds remaining. 25. 15 seconds remaining. 15 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nomination is officially closed. Nomination is officially closed. Thank you very much. You can have tea for 2 more minutes, then we continue. Nomination is closed, comrades. Where's Jerry? Jeremiah. Okay, guys, time is up. Come back. Grab your tea and come back. Grab your tea and come back. Time's up. We need to move. We're running behind schedule. We're running behind schedule. We're running behind. Unfortunately, nomination closed at past. Those are the rules. It's not my fault. I've been warning you since 8 o'clock. Prepare for this thing. Can you come back? Hey, leave that biscuit. Guys, tea is over. Come back, come back. It's a working tea. Take and go. Take and go. Jerry, can you please climb the stage? Which provinces are you starting with? You have 20 minutes, 10 minutes per question. 2 minutes per answer. Yes, underneath there. Colleagues, can you come back from tea? Leave that fat cake. Guys, can we please come back? Can we come back? Can we come back? Take and go. Fat and Khan. Tatu Hamb. Hey, the other languages are difficult. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What's wrong? Why you want to cry? Don't cry. There'll always be losers. All right, guys, let's go. Let's go. Colleagues at the back. Shh. Learners, please take and go. Katari, leave that biscuit. I'm joking. Learners, take and go. Take and go. Take and go. All right, colleagues, can you please come back, colleagues? All right, learners, please come back. There's an important announcement. Can all the learners come back? Ausi from Limpopo with the green blazer, please sit down. The announcement I'm making is affecting you. Presidents, learners, especially the presidents, please come back. Take that biscuit in here. All right, listen, IEC has given you an open, if you have completed your form and you are late, please bring it. They want it there in the next 2 minutes. Hurry. If you have completed your form and you are late, IEC says you can still bring it. How? You said you want more time, now you're saying no. You did not finish your form. Okay, hold on. Selector, play music that will heal their hearts. Once. Learners, please sit down. We're solving your issues, ne? Jerry, can you start with your session? Jeremiah. If you hear my voice, clap once, clap twice. If you clap my voice here once.
Okay. Cool.
Shower. Guys, stop this. We're solving these issues. Please relax. Jerry.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Rahedi. In the interest of time, I'd love to skip a lot of things that I wanted to do because this is, I think, to me, as far as I'm concerned, one of the most vital and most critical parts of the day. The program that I'll be running, right, excuse all protocols skipped. I shall observe all that I can. In the interest of time, I'll also skip my own introduction, but just to give you a short brief, my name is Jeremiah Rahedi. I am the former Limpopo RCL president, and I've been an alumni. Alumni being plural, which really bothers me when people call themselves an alumni when there's only one person, but that's a conversation for another day. I am an alumna of this particular project, and I've been crafted, mentored, shaped, and carved by the Agape Youth Movement since the year 2019. and I am the first ever president in the country to ever be democratically elected twice in 2 consecutive years. And I was the first ever Limpopo RCO president, and myself amongst other presidents of other provinces in 2023 fought against specific bodies such that we can have a national body. So without that specific entity, we wouldn't be here. So I want to skip all these introductions and get to the core of this program. What I want to be running here is we've already done these elections. However, our biggest concern has always, can I just ask if we're having separate caucuses, if they can be lowered down, please? Thank you. So the primary reasons as to why we chose to want to have this is because throughout these years, we've had people elect presidents, elect people and leaders. However, they elected blindly. So this program is going to expose the people that, the leaders that you have elected and show you how they think and the solutions they come up with on the spot. So what I'm going to be asking, Butabang, if I can just get some assistance, these 4 chairs, if they can be removed. I don't know who's responsible for that. All of them. Okay. So what I'm going to ask now is I'm going to be running a program that has 2 specific questions that are real crises that we're facing in our country. And I'm going to be calling on all presidents to come forth, and we'll be having a small panel discussion so that we can hold them in real time accountable to see how is it that our presidents that we have elected so wholeheartedly can come up with solutions on the spot. And this exposes, of course, whether the things they've been telling us are true or they're not. In the interest of time, can I just ask for all presidents or 1 president from each province to come on stage, please? Presidents, can you give them a round of applause? Huh? I'm exposing you, so I'm your biggest enemy, as we are. Because I'm not particularly familiar with you, forgive me, I don't want to waste any more time going through asking each and every single one of you to tell me which province you're from. So I will also be doing this blindly. I will be calling on a specific, you'll see the structure that I'll be going through. I'll be going through 2 separate questions, 2 specific crises that we're facing. I'll be giving everyone some context on these crises that we're facing. And then I'm going to be asking each and every single one of you a question pertaining that specific issue. And most of these questions will be tailored to your specific province. When I call your province, please, I will tell you which province this question will go to, and then please just pass on the mic to that respective president. I'll be very honest, I have not familiarized your faces as of yet, but we will see. So the first question, the first ideology that we'll be discussing today is what was, identified by the Minister of Education, or Basic Education, in the morning, where they mentioned, or she mentioned how is it that in South Africa, we have recently been facing a tremendous rise in xenophobic and immigration or migration, conflicts. And these come about when, of course, there are operations that are going through denying and attacking foreigners. Others are labeling it xenophobia, others are labeling it Afrophobia. So that specific concept is what we're going to be speaking of. And then the second concept, I'll get to it as we proceed. You'll understand it as I give you context. Now, the first one, just so in the interest of time, I'm going to skip a couple of things. One of the misconceptions that we have in South Africa, presidents, is that people have a legitimate belief that migrants, not immigrants, migrants in general, are stealing South African citizens' jobs. And in that misconception, we as a house here, your people that are following you, you are our leaders, and we as patriots behind you, we are confused and we're stuck in this misconception, we're construed. Please provide clarity. And I'd like to just ask this question specifically initially to the president of Limpopo. Your province borders 3 specific countries: Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Mozambique. And for these three specific borders that you have, we all know that the South African border is very weak. Can we, in the interest of time, just keep our caucuses low, please? I get very distracted, I'm very sorry. Thank you. Your province borders 3 specific countries. Therefore, reasonably so, you have been having a high number of migrants coming into your province. And some of these migrants are coming primarily because they're seeking certain things: education, healthcare, better lives. However, we can't shy away from... We're going to keep pausing and we won't finish. Is it? Can we get assistance there, please? Now, the question that is posed to you, President, is, as an RCL leader, these things are imminent and they show in your province. And these are problems that are continuously and perpetually rising. How do you, as an RCL leader, when you come across these specific problems, either in your school, either in one of your districts, what measures do you believe that you can enact in order to ensure that, one, this specific misconception that migrants are taking away our jobs is not imminent in your province? And if there are no measures or tools to help you with that, what is it that you would love to see the Limpopo, Department of Education do in order to help you, specifically remove this misconception?
Okay, thank you for the question. Firstly, with pertaining to the regard of having migrants into our province, we acknowledge that we in our country we are having weak border system control, but we also need to remember that it is just a concern, which is more of an opinion, that migrants are taking the jobs of South Africans, because unemployment, especially in a country like South Africa, is a very far complex issue that is influenced by corruption, influenced by the very same educational sector that we are talking about, that is training people to more on the theory side of the workplace rather than the practical one. Now, these factors are the ones that are contributing to unemployment in South Africa, because we are having people in South Africa who are not trained, who have the theory part of the skills, but not the practical part of it. And that is the main problem with South Africa. That is contributing to high unemployment rate. Secondly, we need to know that even our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, recently, he has stated that and acknowledged that we cannot use migrants as scapegoats to the challenges that are confronting our country. We have to take accountability as a country, as a province, as Limpopo, as leaders, that these problems are from the root of the weaknesses within our government. Because if it wasn't for our government, weakened border control systems, we were not going to be having illegal migrants into our country. We were not going to be having any form of undocumented migrants into our country. And it is because of them that now they're saying that they are increasing the unemployment rate. Remember that we are having so many businesses that are led by people who are not documented in South Africa. What are those businesses doing towards our communities? I come from a rural area. There are many tuck shops and many spazas that are owned by undocumented foreigners. Those tuck shops, they employ our mothers to be cleaners there. They are indirectly so helping us as people who come from poor rurals of the area, especially as a learner from the Limpopo. Now, the only way I can say this can be addressed is if our government make it a priority to acknowledge the people of South Africa, that it is not migrants that are contributing to the high unemployment rates, but rather the problems that we, South Africa alone, we are facing as a country. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, President. I think, in the interest of time, I'm just going to move on to the second misconception, which is tailored specifically for the Western Cape, sister province in terms of migration, and the Western Cape? Yes. And as a province that has faced, or apart from Limpopo, has the highest rate of migrants coming from other countries and other parts of the world, there seems to be a rising matter, a pressing matter, where people that reside, more specifically school pupils, that reside in Cape Town, Stellenbosch, and surrounding areas around the Western Cape, have this ideology that most migrants are illegal, and they seem to not have the capacity to distinguish between an immigrant and a migrant. Therefore, assuming that everyone who comes out of the country or comes from outside the country into our country, specifically the Western Cape, is an illegal person or an illegal foreigner or for legal foreign national. You, as the RCL president, as the head of the RCL structure, because these roots, as you heard the Limpopo president say, it starts at school. It starts within the school, what you call school environment. Does your province and your structure have the capacity to educate its learners on the differentiating factors between an immigrant and a migrant? And if it does not, what is it that you as an RCL president would suggest and would love to see being enacted in your province such that such facades can be shoved away and there can be a clear distinction between migrants and immigrants?
Firstly, I want to say thank you for the question. Yes, it's an issue, a real-time issue that we're facing, migration. And I think when we first think about migration, our heads go immediately to perception of negativity. But we need to understand that migrants, there's a difference between illegal migrants and legal migrants. And there's also legal migrants in our country that have the proper documentation, the proper paperwork, and came into this country legally. So we mustn't I'll say the whole picture is negative. It's not the case. And I think we must first understand as well why people migrate in the first place. We think about immediately, okay, how are we going to solve migration in the country? But go back to the root of the problem and see why people migrate. Unemployment, better education opportunities, circumstances from war. That's the need, what they need to migrate. So instead of looking at why we need to get migrants out, we first need to look at the root of the problem. And to answer your question, us as the Western Cape are very privileged as well to be equipped with, in certain parts, with enough resources. But I think on the learner's side, what we can do to tackle that misconception is, the question is, how can we as learners educate other learners in our schools between what is facts and what is stereotypes? And we can do that through awareness. I think firstly, creating awareness, what is misinformation, what is facts. Going straight to the government, communicating with them, and putting out the lists, putting out the statistics of what migrants is and the statistics of illegal migrants. And going back, I think government also has a big role in all of this, because as government, they are responsible for all the documentation and paperwork. But those processes are not efficient enough. And we see migrants, often innocent people that want to go get the proper documentation, but the processes are so inefficient and so weak. For example, they can say, okay, I want to get my paperwork. Oh, the system is down. No, come back next week. I'm coming back next week. Oh, no, the system is down. No, you don't have the proper documentation. We must call government to act upon and take responsibility for that. And then we can work from the top and also from the bottom as learners and as RCL presidents and RCL structures in the country.
Very well. Now, just to go to a sister province of yours, the Eastern Cape. We've spoken about migration from, or external migration from one country to the other. Can you pass the mic to the Eastern Cape President, please? And in the interim, or in the interest of time, I kindly ask that we shorten our answers as quickly as possible. We're vastly running out of time. Migration does not necessarily only happen externally, which brings us to the second misconception. People believing that migration is external and has nothing to do with us internally, which then leads to segregation internally. For example, you coming from the Eastern Cape, your province has the highest rate of migrants from the Eastern Cape to Gauteng, either in universities or just to relocate. how do you as an RCA leader wish to see your learners, the learners that are in your schools, getting acceptance into universities in other provinces, be treated? How would you love for them to be treated when they get to those other provinces? And if so, and whatever treatment it is that you prefer, would you afford or want to or wish South Africa to afford that same privilege to foreigners?
Thank you very much for that question. I believe that a person should do what they want to be done to themselves, right? So if I want learners or kids from the Eastern Cape to be treated fairly and just in other provinces, that's what we should do to other people when they come here. Now, you said that migration does not only happen externally, but it actually happens internally, and in both cases. And I think it's important that we promote social cohesion and anti-xenophobia education, so that people, when they arrive in a place, they shouldn't want to stand out. Yes, we are all born to stand out and not to fit in, right? But it's actually important that we educate each other on everything, because I believe if you get to varsity, you don't just come in and isolate yourself. You will be with a person from another province, and you will actually speak your language, they speak your language, you speak English, and you educate each other on your tongues and your cultures. And I think that's what's most important for us to do, so that if I want good treatment in Gauteng, a person from Gauteng can get that exact treatment in the Eastern Cape.
Wonderful. Then transitioning to another, like I said, I'm going to be working in sister provinces, KZN. Who is the president for KZN? KZN? Oh, yes. So, in your specific province, the pressing matter is not having learners that speak up against these things. When they see xenophobic attacks, some of them are afraid to speak. Some of them are afraid to challenge the people that are having xenophobic attacks. For example, I can bring you to this organization called Operation Dudula, which went to a specific school I'm pretty sure you're familiar with. And they prohibited foreign nationals from getting education and all these things. There were learners that anonymously, or pupils as well, that anonymously went out to social media and other forums, other platforms, to voice out how they felt about that. Now we can see that it's a very difficult thing. How would you as an RCA leader wish to implement programs, or how is it that you would try motivating your pupils to speak up against these things, should you wish to do so?
Okay, thank you for the question. On my point of view, I think learners, so that they cannot have trouble in opening up, maybe when they are troubling with something, they must be taught to speak their thoughts, maybe at a young age, or programs must be implemented in schools for learners to get an opportunity to learn how to express themselves, because in some situations they find it hard to express themselves, not because they don't know how to express themselves, but because they haven't developed a skill. So I think they need to learn that.
Whilst I have you there, if you don't mind me asking, President, who do you think we should blame for having our school pupils not having the capacity to speak up? Whose fault do you think that is, if you were to take a guess or calculated guess at that?
I think we can blame the parents for the parents.
No, the platform is yours. You can just give us a little bit more context. Parents, how so?
Yes, I think we can also blame the parents, because learners, the way they behave, it's coming from their homes. They are the way they taught in homes, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for that. So let's just give them a round of applause quickly. Now, one other matter, just to move away from the migration topic, another error that we've been having in our system, the education system, is the miscommunication of how is it that phasing out of certain qualifications will be done, and what happens to the qualifications that are phased out. For those of you who are not well informed on this matter, the DHET, the Department of Higher Learning and Educational Training, has specifically phased out or chosen to phase out 1,100 legacy qualifications that are for part of the N4 up until the N6. These are qualifications that are given in technical colleges. And they chose to take them out primarily because we're moving into a new world. And they want to bring about qualifications that are more relevant to the world that we're moving towards. There's been a clear miscommunication, presidents, because you're all going to university, if not next year, the year after next year. And the vast majority of the pupils that are behind you will be going and applying to TVET colleges. Now, they are under the idea that if they apply for the qualifications that are being phased out, they will not be considered, they will become irrelevant. So these are some of the misconceptions, which the first one I will then address to the president of the Northwest. Where is she? Is it a he or she? Oh, it's a she. Northwest. Your province has 3 TVET colleges, and it's clear that there's a vast majority of students or learners now that will want to get into those TVET colleges. They're ill-informed about the phasing out of these qualifications. The misconception that is being here is that they feel as though their qualifications will become irrelevant, of which it will not, or they will not. How is it that you as a president do you think you can use the tools that you have as the Northwest to communicate this information to your learners? And if such tools do not exist, how is it that you would recommend that your department, or at least your body, provides you with the opportunity to do so? How would you want to enact that?
Okay, thank you for asking the question. So, as we know, in the Northwest Province, we have GEC. GEC is a general education certificate that a grade 9 learner writes each and every year, term 3 and term 4. So using this GEC, these learners can go into TVET colleges and all those things. So how will we use our tools to make sure these learners are not ill-informed about the misconceptions? So we will utilize awareness programs within the schools and career guiders to come to the schools and elaborate more clearly about the phased out programs and their replaced programs. Because we know that we have the BPROC program, which is replaced by the LLB program. So these learners will be taught about the replaced programs, and they will learn that there are new programs that are replaced, even though some are phased out. And I think this will help them in terms of choosing the right careers and choosing the right courses to get educated on and to thrive in.
That's a very, very nice answer. So now, just to then give your sister province as well a very similar question, the Northern Cape. Who is that? Oh, it's you. Oh, yes. President, your province has students that are already, these are university level individuals that you do not govern. However, they have issues, pressing matters, because these qualifications are being phased out. They're scared, and them being scared prompts more fright for learners that are in grade 12, grade 11, and so on and so forth. This fear comes after them assuming that simply because a qualification is being phased out, it becomes irrelevant. Now, the problem here is learners and pupils are now starting to look at the new qualifications that are coming in, out of fear, by the way. They do not mind getting into these new qualifications. What they do mind is that they fear that the Northern Cape does not have the capacity to accommodate those degrees, like AI, coding, and so on and so forth. Here is the Department of Education. We have stakeholders from each and every single province. You, as the president of the Northern Cape, tell them or seek on behalf of all your pupils the infrastructural developments that you wish to have for your learners in order for all of them to be better capacitated such that they can actually stand a chance at getting into these qualifications that are coming in to eradicate the fear of not having the materials and the infrastructure, to utilize and study them. What would you ask them? What would you want them to do for your province in order for you guys, as an entire province, to be comfortable and confident that these new qualifications will actually benefit you and your people?
Okay, thank you for the question. So I believe whatever skill you possess or qualification that you possess, sometimes it is the mindset of us that this certain qualification can only work in a certain type of place. But no matter actually where you are, if you have the creativity to develop or create a platform or create the opportunity to use that certain skill, you will be starting for yourself to be able to use that skill, and you'll also be creating opportunities for the other ones, rather than us only saying that this skill can't be used. So when it comes to the Northern Cape, with the qualifications being phased out, if you look at the state of the Northern Cape, we don't have infrastructure that supports especially artificial intelligence. So to the department question is on how to eradicate the fear. The department is that I'm challenging or asking them, advocating, is to make them aware, make all these students aware that the Northern Cape province is the province probably with the most room for development. So meaning that it's still the province that can basically accommodate every skill that there is to come. So they take that fear out and give them classes, awareness on creativity, to come up with opportunities and provide platforms for not only themselves, but for the others to come and utilize these skills. So that's it, yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. And just to go to quickly, Mpumalanga, President Mpumalanga, wonderful. Your province is prominent and very rich in minerals, specifically, coal. And there's a plethora of coal mines. I think your province has the highest concentration of these coal mines. Ultimately, that leads to the people around that specific, those specific mines or in your province having a limited scope or idea of the types of careers one can chase. When we start to introduce, or the Department of Education or higher education is introducing new degrees and qualifications that fall outside of the scope of what everyone sees, outside of mining, TVET college degrees, they do not particularly pay attention to them, which statistics show that the Mpumalanga has, not the lowest, but rather it has the highest concentration of applicants to, mining and mining-related qualifications. You as a president, how is it that you believe that you can communicate to your pupils and your school learners that the idea that there are the only careers that are attainable are within mining and anything engineering related, are not the end of the world? There's more outside of that. How is it that you can establish the communication such that your pupils can know that these degrees and these qualifications are not for no use, but rather of the benefit of the people and of their own benefit as well? I'm not sure if I communicated that properly.
It is very important that we understand that saying people are uneducated about something and them having been exposed to a particular thing for their entire lives are two different things. If I grow up in a home where, or in a community rather, where money or income is made through the selling and distribution of goods, I grow up with the mindset that in order for me to be rich, that is exactly what I need to venture into. I would not say, in fact, I completely disagree with the fact that learners in our province are uneducated about the possibility or the plethora of careers that exist. But because many households provide for their families through these coal mines that are available, these learners then feel secure to study careers such as mining engineering because they feel as though they are guaranteed to also provide for their potential families. However, what we can do as the RCL is not aim to eradicate. I do not believe we can completely eradicate a fear, but we can alleviate it. We can make it better through helping them understand that although that is the primary source of income for the majority of households in our province, there is a possibility of providing for your family when you venture into data science. However, the stigma that says, or the notion that you introduced that says learners should be completely engulfed into the experience of changing their minds from mining engineering, I believe that is absolutely false. Mineral resources are one of the most contributing factors to economies in the entire world, not just our country. Mining engineering, any form of engineering, is possibly the safest career that you can venture into because you are safe and secure for probably thousands of years. What we can do as the RCL is introduce the possibility of other careers without taking away the fact that having engineering as your primary career can also help you primarily. Thank you.
Wonderful. Just to move on to the second last president, we'll just end with the second last from Free State. Who's from the Free State? President, do you believe, upon all these conversations we've had, do you believe your province is well equipped to address these challenges properly? Now I'm merging the questions, both the capacity when it comes to migration and education, on the difference between migration and immigration, and similarly, do you think your province is capacitative or ready to have its people, move with the phasing out of these qualifications? And if not, why? If so, do substantiate. And please try not to
be long.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the question. I do not believe that my province is well equipped in terms of understanding the phasing out of qualification. And the reason is I believe there's no clear communication from the government itself to the schools. For example, a learner knows that they can pass their matric with a minimum of 3 subjects being at 30%, and while others are at 40%. But when you arrive at university, entries start at like 50% or 60% and above, meaning there's a clear mismatch between the demands and the school preparation and the demands of university level entry, meaning there is miscommunication between the government and the schools. So what I can believe my province can work towards to make sure that learners are well and adequately informed about understanding the phasing out of qualifications is that they need to be informed why these certain qualifications are phased out, why are they changing, which ones are they being replaced with. Also, they need to strengthen the visibility of technical schools, because right now what learners do not know and lack the knowledge of is that technical jobs are in high demand in South Africa because industries lack and always have systematic gaps when it comes to finding artisans or technicians despite their overall unemployment. So what I believe we can strengthen is the communication between the government by just conducting researches and regulating policies as to which qualifications have to be phased out to keep up with the labor market demands. Thank you.
Wonderful. And then the host province, last but definitely not least, Gauteng. You are the president of the most advanced province in the country, and you are president of the most equipped province as well. With exposure to all these resources, with exposure to all these facilities that you have, and having seen all your pupils coming from different schools that are equipped differently, do you believe that the phasing out of qualifications that are not as relevant to today's modern world replacing them with qualifications that are seen to be beneficial in future, do you particularly think, as a province that is well equipped and already skilled, or at least prominent in those specific, fields, do you believe this will work for your pupils?
Thank you for the question.
To be honest, as Gauteng, as the provincial RCL president of Gauteng, I know a lot of people think that, well, no, from their statistics, that we are, the province that's doing the best. But then, speaking from experience and from what I know as an RCL, can I make an example with my school, for example? Because in the school I go to, we have to run to classes to get chairs before someone else does. And then in another province, you're gonna have someone say, oh no, in Gauteng they have everything, like everything's okay. So in as much as you might see it from the outside and you'd be like, oh no, they have everything figured out. Her blazer is white, her socks are white, she's from a well-fed home. That's not the truth.
If I may interject, President. So essentially, if the statistics are saying that Gauteng is the most equipped, and you as the president, a person who's on the ground, is saying that is not true, do you think other provinces can have confidence in the phasing out of these qualifications?
Yes, I do agree, because this is where working together comes in. I come from a province where we are seen to have everything, but in reality, we have nothing. Especially when it comes to RCLs. Most of the things you said today, if I'm being honest with you, I learned them here. And I know most of us did, especially I'm speaking for my province. And with the things that we've learned today, obviously as a president, I'd want to go outside and implement. But like I said before in my speech, there's a certain extent to what we could do. Our voices reach certain people. And in as much as the allocation of resources reach certain schools, because I'm the president of the province, but I still have to run for a chair. Where's the privilege in that?
Yes.
So you might think I'm from a province where things are so lovely. That's not the truth. Maybe our Department of Education is good at portraying us as good people who are happy, but the truth is we're not. Your cries are our cries. If you think your schools have white chalkboards, that's what my school is going through. Like, I come from a province where my president is here every week trying to announce a new, he's trying to convince us. But then in reality, it's just words. If we're going to have people who are going to speak on behalf of us and not the people who are really going through what we are going through, then there's nothing that's ever going to change.
Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. I think it has been properly communicated. This goes on back to our TLOs, educators. Information and communication between our president's pupils and the higher ups seems to be cracking and falling apart. And there are a lot of misconceptions that you have seen on the ground, that you believe, the beliefs and ideologies that the department has about your specific provinces are not entirely true. The approaches that you would love to make, you don't have the tools for. The initiatives you would love to implement, you are insufficiently supported and funded, whether it be mentally, psychologically, nor financially. This has been an amazing conversation. Thank you very much for your time, Presidents. You can now grab your seats.
Let's give them another round of applause. Okay, so before the movie, we're going to have another session with MMA for a quick 15 minutes. They promised me. Then I'm going to bring out the popcorn. But after MMA, because people have been complaining and pulling my jacket, asking for money, we are going to restart the whole nomination process. Clap hands for me, how? Oh, me for president? Then there's no need for elections then. All right, let's give Pagamile a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pagamile Madonsela. I am from Moxie, Africa. I won't take too much of your time. I stand between a movie and I know that people are excited about the movie. And we've also had a long day, right? Just by a raise of hands, how many people are like really tired? We've had a long, tiring, but very productive day, right? Yes, and we're going to wrap this up very quickly. If many of you connected, was it last week, Friday? We connected online through the RCL information session. I don't know if some of you remember. Yes. Do you guys remember what I was talking about? What was I talking about? We'll blame the long day, ne? So I am from Moxie Africa, together with UNHCR. Moxie Africa is an NGO that is based in Johannesburg, but our work spreads through the African continent, and really our focus is to ensure that people of all age groups all across the world have access to accurate, credible information that they can be able to use to make informed decisions about their lives. And then the UNHCR, who knows the definition of the UNHCR? United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And my work has been made very easy today because Jeremiah, who I've had the privilege of training, I think 2022, I can't remember, on digital and media literacy, and that's my background. I work on a global program called the Web Rangers Program. It's a digital and media literacy program for young people. In South Africa, we are in 5 provinces, and really our work and our mandate is to ensure that young people are safe and protected online, and they are leading in the digital space. Jeremiah spoke a lot about the misconceptions around migration, and why I'm here today links very much to that topic. So Moxie Africa, together with the UNHCR, have partnered together to bring you very, very specific to the RCLs, a project around information integrity and digital resilience. Now, do you guys remember a little bit about last week's session? No? Okay, that's fine. And from our last week's session, if you do kind of remember, basically the program aims to empower and train young people, specifically the RCLs, from national to top to the bottom to school RCLs, on how to deal and handle and address anti-foreigner sentiments on the ground, as well as mis and disinformation around hate speech, harmful speech online, violence and abuse online. We know that we face a lot of violence and abuse online, and children, unfortunately, are the most vulnerable groups. And so what Jeremiah and the RCL presidents were talking about here manifests a lot of the times online. Just by a raise of your hand, has anybody seen posts that are of violent nature in terms of anti-foreigner sentiments online, especially now, especially the last 3 months with whatever's been happening in the country? Just by a raise of hands. I saw one just this morning. Just this morning. I won't bother to tell you what it said because it's harmful speech, but the tagline was, they need to go home. I think at the end of every post, it's like, they need to go home. We are tired of them, they need to go home, right? And that has real impact for learners in the school setup. And Moxie Africa, together with the UNHCR, has been looking at these issues around hate speech, incitement to violence, and general online harm, with a specific focus on how anti-foreigner sentiments start online and they end up offline. And I think you guys have seen it in your school setup as well. So over the last 2 years, we've had the privilege of working with schools, DBE, across provinces, trying to find ways, innovative ways, where we can address this in the school environment in order for you guys to continue to learn effectively. These psychosocial harms that happen outside of the classroom have an impact on how you learn and how you grow in the school setup. And so even though they're not part of teaching and learning, they affect a lot of the teaching and learning. And so it is important for UNHCR together with Moxie Africa to address these issues by providing an intervention in the form of a training, a program that is going to be geared towards helping you understand the online space, helping you understand terminology. Jeremiah spoke about migration versus immigration. Some people were saying undocumented foreign nationals, others were saying illegal foreigners, right? And sometimes even just talking about it, thank you so much. Even just talking about ooh, you people are so spicy. Early. I thought you guys were tired, but your brain's clearly not, eh? I've actually had the privilege of working with a teacher a couple of years back. I know him and his wife. Yes, he was part of the Web Rangers program, so I know him very well. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are going to be implementing a program. Today is the soft launch of the program with you guys here today. So kind of just inform you that be on the lookout post the summit. We're going to be reaching out to a lot of you guys, looking at how we can train you and empower you through a various kind of stream of programming, training sessions, whether offline or online, on how you can better understand the role that you play as RCLs at national, but also in your school setup, right? Jeremiah was asking a lot of tough questions to the president. I was like, thank God I was not selected as president, because he was asking things like, what is your role? Like, what do you think should happen? And sometimes we haven't figured that part out, especially as learners. We haven't figured out like really serious issues, not serious issues, but issues that are of a violent nature and how. So we have great ideas as young people, but we don't have necessarily the structure or the support to see those ideas through. And this project is going to do exactly that. It's going to give you some ideas. It's going to first train you on important definitions and knowledge and context, like the fact that algorithms have an impact on what you see. And so sometimes you can be seeing a lot of content that is not necessarily for your best interests, and how you can avoid that and how you can address those issues. And then it's going to then give you the skills and the knowledge on how to create campaigns in your school setup around fighting anti-foreigner sentiments. I think we can all appreciate the importance of this topic, especially in our country right now, right? I would actually say that our country is facing a huge crisis, a crisis of humanity. We don't have humanity anymore. We don't have empathy anymore. And social media is a big part of why we don't have empathy anymore, right? If you look at your feeds, things that are trending, things that have the most likes, the most comments, are things that are harmful, things that are violent, things that are embarrassing. If someone's having a beautiful, normal day, doing just their normal life, daily lives, that person is not going to get likes and shares. But things that are dramatic, things that are harmful, things that spiral out of control are the things that are trending on social media. And we have fed off of that. If someone is looking at a vlog of someone who's having a normal day, it's like, it's boring, let's just scroll past it. We want drama. You know, it feeds, I don't know what it feeds, our emotions, I don't know what it feeds. But that's the power of social media, and we need to be able to understand it and have the appropriate skills to be able to tackle it, and also have a trickle-down effect on other young people, other RCLs that are not here. I think there's also a responsibility as you start today, over the next 2 days, the responsibility should be heavy on your shoulders to take as much as you can through these sessions so that you can then cascade it down, whatever knowledge and skills and information that you've gained here, cascade it down to your other RCLs at the local school level. And that's the power of you being here. So thank you very much. I will be reaching out to you post the summit, looking at ways in which we can work together to fight anti-foreigner sentiments on the ground and to make sure that your schools, your communities are well equipped to deal with these challenges. Thank you so much. I see Tabang approaching me.
Before Pagamile goes, so we have a group that where all the national RCLs are. So We have their numbers, their cell phone, their network. We always buy them data, these ones. So just send me the money, then I'll buy them. All right, let's give Phakamile a round of applause. Okay, IEC is gonna come back. And this time, I don't want people saying, hey, oh, we didn't get enough time. We're giving you a second chance. And I'm disappointed in 2026, you guys. We've been doing elections like this for 4 years. We've never had a problem. Jigi Jigi Kilonaba 2026, we have a problem. IEC, let's give them a round of applause. You can do better. Otherwise, Bato Jiga. IEC, they are fine, don't come. We'll carry on with what we have. Clap a round of applause. IEC Dumela. IEC Dumela. Zooms.
Good evening. Good evening. Right, we are now going to say this very slowly and you must listen fast. All right? So I have assigned a colleague of mine to a province. Let us just indicate that all provinces are adopted by an IEC official. Reshap, akere? Okay. Everyone adopted? Who is not adopted? How? Home ground? Okay, I'm adopting you. When I'm done here, I'm coming straight there. Okay. So, Armamelenge, this is how each table has a nomination form. In a pack, there's 6 positions. So for each position, there's a nomination form. I believe you know that you are nominating your provincial, from the pool of your provincial presidents. Is that one clear? Hello? We don't nominate any other person who is on the table, but we are nominating from the provincial presidents. So the 9 provincial presidents are contesting for the 6 positions. Now, the first form you have is the nomination for the president. It has the nominator, which is the table with the form. One person will complete. It doesn't have to be the person you are nominating. Any of you from the table can nominate. Indicate the province you are coming from, and then whom are you nominating? For example, Diopelo Kwala from IEC Ekurhuleni nominates Tshidi Hlahani, and then I sign. This is our table. And then we decide how many positions we are going to nominate for. if IEC Eguruleni wants to nominate 3 positions, we go to the next position we want to nominate. We complete that part, and then we decide who amongst the 8 provinces is going to support our nomination. You go to that table, you ask them for secondment. In elections, there's something we call lobbying. So you talk to each other. You help each other win the position. It doesn't mean you have to nominate for all of them. It's a give and take kind of a situation. Are we fine on the process of nomination? Is that understood? Right. Let's go back to the basics. What we are doing here is a lesson of what happens when we administer elections. When we administer elections, when we say the station closes at 4, we mean just that. When we say special votes are closing on the 25th, you cannot come on the 27th and say, but I wanted to apply for special votes, I had a flat tire, all those stories. We are time driven. When I give you 30 minutes to complete your nominations, I mean just that. But before I give you the time, I want assurance that you understand the process of completing the nomination forms. Correct. You cannot be a nominator, a seconder, and a second. So on your forms, I want to see the nominating province, the seconding province, and the seconding province. That is, 2 provinces must second that nomination. Re sharp, akere? Re sharp, akere, colleagues? Okay, halele sharp, le nna ke sharp. Now, let's agree on the time. My watch. It is now 5:37. It is now 5:37. The only activity you are doing now is the nomination. So I expect you to have submitted all your forms by 6:07. 6:07, I'm closing the nominations. Thank you.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity.
Tepisa mai nung